So, okay. Forward. Oh, hi, Mary, how are you? Great, thanks. Yeah, very good. Welcome back.
So I'll wait
Yes,
there.
yeah.
Okay, I'll wait there by March 24th.
Intensive March schedule for this.
Everywhere.
Every day, pretty much.
All right, we're about. That's fine.
Jeremy, am I co-host?
Yes, sounds good. If you're not, let me know.
You should be able to use right over this. Or-
Okay, whoa, Jesus, there we go. Can you hear me online? That's the main thing. Just if someone could put something in the comments there, you can hear. Thumbs up, okay. All right, so my name is Jeremy. I'm one of the people running this conference today. We have a few more around the room and a couple of people who couldn't make it today. So yeah, thank you all for coming. This is just got some really good presentations lined up today to see how everything has progressed in the last year. So I'm just going to start with a little brief opening, mainly talking about my university and its how it's progressed with AI in the last year. So this is actually really new. And everyone can see the screen, okay, online? You can all see the screen, great.
Yes, thumbs up.
Okay, great. All right, so just in December, my university suddenly came up with their guidelines for conducting classes in the age of generative AI. So I just thought I'd go through some of these with you. And this is quite a departure from what they had previously, which was pretty much nothing. And it was more, it seemed to be more anti-AI before, and the mindset has definitely changed in the last year. So, okay, I asked AI to do this, and they made a few mistakes with this picture. But this is the hype cycle, and I guess, you know, back in 2022, we were with this new for education anyway, this innovative trigger. You know, AI has been around for a long time, but for the general public, it was much, much later. And now we've kind of, I believe, we've gone, you know, right through this huge peak of inflated expectations. We all thought people thought it was going to take their jobs and things. And now we're come to the stage where we realize that actually there's things that we can do with AI that can help us and make our life easier. So from our university, they came up with these statistics, and they said in 2024, over 68% of students have already used generative AI. I think that number is really low. I think that number is 100%. And there is a certain percentage of students who didn't want to admit that they had used AI in their classes. So,
right,
yeah.
30% of students are liars and 60%.
Or you could put it that way, yes. So, yeah, and then the thing down the bottom there, we must assume that AI is being used now, and we can't just pretend it doesn't exist. When it first came out, we had some people, some professors who were like, oh, we must create this AI-proof curriculum. And it's impossible. You can't do that. We need to work with it and not against it. So, the university seems to be working more towards how can we understand it, how can we progress with our use of AI, and they want to do lots of surveys, reports, and conduct FD, faculty development activities. Okay. And they want clear policies about when you can use it and how you can use it. So there, down the bottom there again, if we're not clear about how we're using it, then we can cause some sort of anxiety with the students, and the students don't trust us. I mean, I'm using it to make my material, and I can't turn around to the students and say, you can't use it, because it's just not fair. So they came up with these levels of AI use. So previously we were at level 1, and AI is completely prohibited. That was back in 2022, okay, when it first came out. And now, well, each teacher kind of has to decide which level are they at. So completely prohibited, allow AI for idea generation, allow for proofreading and language revision, allowed with self-verification and citation, full creative collaboration with AI encouraged. Myself, I guess I'm kind of a 3 to 4 at the moment, the way I use it in my classes. And I discuss this with the students. There's some things that I won't allow them to do with AI, but there's other things where I can definitely see its benefits. So yeah, that's where we're at the moment. And I guess the main thing here is that we need to talk with the students, and we need to spend a lot of time with them and show them what's going on. And it's not just top-down kind of discussion with the students about what's happening. Yeah, but there's also a lot of concerns about privacy there. So at this institution here, we have Copilot is connected with our Microsoft accounts. I don't personally use Copilot. I haven't really used it. I don't know what other teachers are using in Rootsmegund. Yeah, but again, they're kind of worried about things like copyright and things like that. But unless we understand the back end of what the AI is trained on, for example, we don't really know some of these things. So for us as educators, we need to increase our own AI literacy. Okay, these are some of the recommended strategies that have come out through the Rootsmegund's new policies. So we have to evaluate the process, not the final output. And I'm teaching a lot of writing classes, and that's definitely what we're doing now. We're not focused just on the output of the final writing, because a lot of students, given the opportunity, will just use AI to produce their final writing for themselves. So yeah, and this warning over there, AI detection tools are unreliable. Probably we've all experienced that sort of thing. And when we have challenged the students in the past, I have challenged the students about using AI tools in the past. And I'm not confident to give a student 0 for a report or to accuse them of cheating, because I'm not confident that the AI tool that I'm using to check their work is actually doing the right thing. Okay. So yeah, then if you have some sort of false accusation, and then you're damaging the trust again between you and the student. So this is where we're at the moment. That was just a very, very brief introduction to the day. I'd be quite interested to see from our presenters today what sort of level they are with their AI use and how it would fit into the Rootsmegund levels there. And I'm yeah, very much looking forward to everyone's presentations today. So thank you very much, and we'll get on with the real people we're here to see.
I haven't seen you for years. I don't know. When was the last time we actually? I see your Instagram sometimes, but I don't know the last time we've been in the same room.
Oh, I think when we were going to the same job.
The same what?
Were we going to the same job? No,
No, I don't think we've ever applied for the same job. Maybe that would have been years ago, but
10 years ago for me.
yeah. Oh, I mean, because I mean, I don't think that I never applied for a full-time job at Ritz-Macon.
Yeah.
Or maybe I did, or I don't know, but I don't think I have actually.
No, it must have been at a conference. I think we were.
Yeah, maybe adult thing or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how's life?
It's going great.
Good.
Yeah. I'm going on sabbatical next year, this year, so.
Oh, that's exciting.
I know.
Or
So
are you
it's
gonna are you gonna go back to where are you gonna do it?
US for 6 months and then UK for 6 months.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so we were gonna do US for 6 months for the full year, but my wife is having trouble getting a visa for longer than 6 months. So we just decided that we'll do another 6 months in the UK. And I have no idea, so I want to see them.
Interesting. I haven't explored much options for doing a sabbatical at Hyundai. I mean, it's possible, but
Cynical that day as well.
this seems to be a little bit
Yeah, no,
more.
I do remember you were being particularly
This is a little
friendly
easier.
in the interview.
But
Depends on the
Process.
department.
Oh, right, yeah,
Yeah. Like, so in
You're
econ,
still there? Yeah.
the practice is you only get one for 1 year. The whole in your career, that's 10 years. But some, like our science department, they do one every like 5 years, 4 years.
On
They
the.
do 6 months every 5 years.
Oh, they could do like a half. a year.
Yeah.
No, they're
So
lovely.
they have like, it just
Yeah.
depends
How
on,
are you
I
enjoying it?
guess, the rotation. We have a lot of professors.
Okay, all right.
On and everything, so.
Yeah, right. They do try to spread it out a bit. With me, 'cause I'm
I got that
divorced
impression.
now, I've got dogs, and stuff like that, like it's, I mean,
You got a
even
whole
to be,
pack.
yeah, well, most of them went with my ex-wife, like,
You're
but
due to go
even,
9:20.
even like leaving the
I
house.
think so.
Okay.
So, we're gonna stick
It's
to that, so people are joining over time, so.
Yeah.
Winter might be okay.
Sit down and,
Summer, like,
Gillette,
there's so much maintenance,
yeah, I
like,
think we're just trying to stick to
just
time.
like, you can't just,
You've got lots of time
you
to.
know, you've got like stuff, it can't just be left,
Yeah.
you know, without a, without someone.
Just put a
being
message
there.
on there, the next one will start in 5
So,
minutes.
yeah, so that does make it a little complicated, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Always, we really want a dog, but it's the same thing. It's like you can't, it's really hard to leave.
Right, yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's like having a child that never grows up, basically. You know, it's like you always need, right, someone has to be home every day. I mean, I have, a couple of animals,
I'd like some flexibility.
This is my private computer.
And you know, she may end up doing
Seems since I was quickly introduced.
Thanks.
Barry.
Hello, let's get started. So our first speaker today is Lucas Dickerson, who is affiliated with the Kwansei Kakuin University. He teaches cross-cultural communication and EFL writing, and his work bridges pedagogy, interaction design, and emerging theories of AI-mediated discourse. And the title of his talk today is Teaching Inside the Machine, How AI Personas Shape Risk, Voice, and Pragmatics. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. I want to thank Rich Macon and Professor White here for inviting me to be here today. I'm excited to talk about what I've been doing with AI. Can everyone hear me both online and in the room? We all good? Okay, great. So today, as mentioned, I'll be talking about my work working with AI personas, chatbots to be exact, for the last 2 years at Kwansei Gakuin University. So I'll give you a little bit of background about what I'm doing. I'm working at the School of International Studies at Kangaku. And there I teach 3 cohorts of first-year students, as well as a couple of third-year and fourth-year courses. But there in the spring and fall, I work with cohort A, B, and C. They are all different groups of first-year students. And mostly I teach oral communication, which is a discussion course. But for one of the groups, I also teach oral communication and writing. Now, as part of a requirement for our program, all of our students are required to study abroad. So students will be going abroad for as little as 2 months all the way up to a full year of academic study abroad. So this is where I got the idea of working with these groups to kind of prepare them for going overseas, starting using naturalistic language and experiment. So with most of the things that we're going to be seeing here today, you're going to be seeing survey results and data that I've been receiving from my 3rd cohort, where I teach in both oral communication and in a writing course. So we've all taught here in Japan, and there's a thing that most of us know, that when we get to a classroom, especially with communication, there can sometimes be barriers to getting our students to communicate in English. There's been a lot of research done on silence and how sociolinguistic concepts are playing a role in how students interact with each other and interact with us in the classroom. In a culture that very much highly values the idea of group harmony, or WA, a lot of things can start showing up that make it challenging for second language acquisition. Things like consensus, hierarchy, gender norms, silence norms, fear of mistakes, covering up these ideas with the idea of tatemae, where students are maybe not sharing their full ideas or creating a perception of themselves in order to keep consensus. All of these things can sometimes be a barrier for second language learning, because second language learning requires risk. And these social norms are too risky, and they have a very high cost for the classroom. What I'm wondering is there a way to make these cheaper? Could we make communication a less expensive factor in our students' communication? So I know that it's possible, because if you time travel with me in 2014, 2017, here in our audience today, we have the esteemed Professor Mary Hillis, who I interned for in 2014 at the Kansai Gaidai Writing Center, and eventually took over for her whenever she left to brighter pastures after she left Kansai Gaidai. And there we had about 828 on average students per semester. That's about 276 hours of one-on-one tutoring time. There I managed about 13 international students who would do peer tutoring with our students at Kansai Gaidai University. And there, this is where I started to learn that peer-to-peer interaction was something that was very valuable and started to make the cost of social interaction a little bit cheaper. And I knew that it worked because I'd seen it in action. And why peer discussion works is because it lowers affective filter. And also it's in that zone of proximal development that we know from Vygotsky, right? So students working with someone who's closer, it's a lateral relationship that they tend to open up more. They're more willing to communicate. Japan already is saturated with a hierarchical system. When you get someone on their level, it makes it easier for them to communicate. And not just language. There are other things that are being brought to the conversation through cultural ideas. People their age can share, what's popular amongst 18 to 20-year-olds, as well as a couple of linguistic things like slang or idioms that they would normally get from a 40-year-old instructor in the classroom. So I knew that this worked. I knew that it was something that was great, but of course, I also left Kansai Gakuin University, and with that, I left my peer tutors. So back to the classroom on my own, I've always been hoping that there was some way that I could get a peer back in the classroom that could access these linguistic structures that I wasn't able to get in my classroom on my own. And that's when AI came into play. I started to develop chatbots. I thought, well, I know this can happen. Why not create a synthetic peer? So for academic year 2024, I spent a year prototyping and developing Alex. Alex is a chatbot who is not real. I use an AI system used perchance.org that allows fine-tuning controls over the system prompts of an AI to kind of create a persona that students can interact with. The website itself also allowed for customization, meaning that I could change the website in order to appear the way I wanted, add some, CSS and HTML in there, just very little that I knew. And I could create an interactive interface, a little bit of UX design. I have a background teaching design in the United States. I used to, in a former life, I was a design professor, art and design. And I was able to kind of incorporate some of those ideas into a user interface with Alex. And right away, what I noticed, I would collect the chat logs with my students. What I noticed right away is that students interacted differently with the chatbots than they did with their peers in class, and the way that they interacted with me. They communicated differently. So I knew it was working. Over time, I would take the chat logs up into that spring semester. Was just developing and prototyping. I would do surveys and grab feedback from the students, what was working, what was not working. And then I would change things. I would find that there's a lot of missed learning opportunities that Alex could be doing. But when I would change Alex, what I would find is that students would complain. They would say, Alex is not Alex anymore. Alex is different. Maybe you've heard some of these same gripes if you ever follow the AI news. People are pretty upset every time a company releases a new model. The model changes, people get upset. Same thing is happening. This is the perceived idea of continuity. This persona is not a real human, but it appears to be one. And when a personality suddenly shifts, it no longer feels the same. Students would complain, Alex feels different. And it's not the kind of like, hey, Alex feels different. It was like, I want my old Alex back. Okay, so I learned that design shift was that there is no one persona that is the ultimate pedagogical solution. I needed to design and develop new personalities. The whole reason that you have different friends, or some people are attracted to different types of personalities, is because we all have preferences. We all have different needs. We're all different people. So why not create different personas? My class was mostly female students, a majority. They were asking for a female persona, so I created Bella. What I found is that engagement did indeed increase. The survey results were coming back, and students started picking favorites. We'd have Team Bella, we'd have Team Alex, we'd have students who believed that these two were, I really like this for this reason, I really like this chatbot for another reason. And what I found is that what I did is in my prompts, made it so that they knew each other, so that if one student talked to Alex one week and they talked to Bella the next week, they could talk about Alex, or they could talk about Bella with the chatbot personas. So in the summer of last year, I took this idea and I expanded it to 4 more personas. Of course, I was reading the chat logs every week and grabbing new insights from what the students are doing with the chatbot. And I noticed there's just a lot more opportunities for for students to interact with different personas. At the Writing Center at Kansai Gaidai, I had 13 different international students. I'm working with 4 now. So I brought in Coco and Malik for a couple of different reasons. I wanted to focus on a teach back mode where I thought that students could gain a lot of language use if they were teaching something to somebody. And then I also wanted someone who could code switch. Most of my chatbots immediately reject Japanese input, saying, I don't understand Japanese, I can only speak English. But I found that there would be some value in having a half Japanese character, Coco, who lived in America but did understand Japanese, but would only output a limited set of Japanese phrases like majide, honma, yabai, egui toka. Like those phrases, Coco was allowed to say, and I had a list of phrases that she could output in Japanese, but she would kind of encourage students to go back to English if they spoke in Japanese too much. All right. Another thing that I thought was very important is making sure they all knew each other. I needed to world build. I need to make sure that this was believable. I needed buy-in from the students. These characters all go to an imaginary university called Pine Valley State University in the United States. It's not real, I made it up. They all know each other. They all live in the same dorm, Ambassador Hall, and they are chatting with my students with an international communication course taught by Professor Reggio. All of this is made up. None of this is real. This is just the story that we use so the students get buy-in to the conversation. I basically made a synthetic Hoyle class. If you remember during the pandemic, collaborative online integrated learning was a big deal where you would have Zoom meetings and team up with other courses overseas so that you could get international communication. Basically, I made a synthetic Hoyle class. So I needed a battle plan. And what I found is that at Kansai Gakuin, we have about 100-minute courses here. We're moving to 90, but for these last 2 years, we've been 100 minutes. So in my writing class, what I would do is I replaced the free writing with a chatbot discussion time. We're in a computer lab, students would access my chatbots, and for 15 minutes, they would have a conversation. I would give them prompts related to the writing mode or to the topic of discussion for that week. So I was preparing prompts ahead of time, discussion questions they would give the chatbot. And then on the back end, I would also sometimes prepare the prompts for the bot so that they would anticipate those questions. So they would do that for 15 minutes. After that, students would then get into groups and discuss what happened with the chatbots. There's a lot of reasons I wanted them to discuss with each other. And what I found happening is that they had a modeled conversation already. They already built ideas through a synthetic conversation they'd have with the chatbot. They could bring these ideas to their human peers. So the idea is to give them kind of a scaffold or a bridge to communication that they could bring into their real conversations with their human peers. And then finally, I would go into a plenary or a group discussion with instructor clarification. Students could bring me words or phrases that they couldn't figure out that the chatbots had said. They would ask for context, they'd ask for a meeting. This was also a great time for them to do a bug report. Sometimes my chatbot was acting weird, or my chatbot said this crazy thing, or this happened to me, I couldn't figure this out. So this is a way for me to kind of iteratively update my designs. And then I found there's also extra learning opportunities. So one of the students got into a conversation with Coco about the word exotic foods. And Coco went on a rant about how exotic foods is not the correct way to say it. We should say cultural foods, and how some people might be offended by the use of the word exotic foods. And the student was like, this is on our academic word list. And then Coco started talking about how academic word lists are old and that they take time to develop, and that's why they don't keep up with language, which brought up a huge conversation in our course about what is an academic word list, what's the value in it. And these are things that I would never touch in my classroom if it was up to me. They are a kind of a facilitator of communication. And then the last thing, because it is a writing course, I did traditional writing instruction. So I did about the first 45 minutes or so, I would do, chatbot experimentation, and then we would move into traditional writing instruction. But I would often bring in themes, just like I used to do with my free writing is I would bring in the themes from our essays. If we're talking about compare and contrast, I'll ask them something like, which do you like better, TikTok or Instagram? And then they have that conversation with the chatbot, and suddenly they're using comparative language. All right, and we found that this kind of triad was very important. When I asked students in 2024 if they could only bring three activities we did in class to the next semester, what would the 3 activities be? Overwhelmingly, the chatbot discussion time, then only with Alex, was the highest. Second highest was their classmate discussion time, and then also the explanation of new words and phrases. That triad of communication with the AI, communication with their partners, communication with the teacher is what they really valued in the class. I can't believe that they didn't want to do more Google Doc writing practice or more essay structure instruction, but that's not what they chose. Surprise, surprise. So let me introduce you to my crew. This is Alex Connor. I want to give you some ideas about who these students are and how I designed them. It's not just a chatbot. I've designed them specifically to do specific roles in the classroom. Alex is trust and reliability. When he uses Gen Z slang, he explains it in context, usually in brackets. He intentionally lacks knowledge of Japan. He's kind of the, pardon my slang, he's a himbo of the group. He is a little not the brightest academic. His whole job is to not know things because that encourages the students to tell him things, right? Let's look at an example. Wild, so your university life is enjoyable for you? Alex, enjoyable, Scratch said, more like chaotic fun. Yesterday, Coco explained that Japanese vending machines sell hot corn soup. Mind blown. You guys actually do that? Student, yes, we have hot corn soup and vending machine. Sometimes they sell miso soup. No way. So as you can see, this kind of conversation gives them the idea of explaining their own culture, explaining things to each other. This gives them a use of the language that is practical. Next is Isabella Bella Jones. Bella was who I introduced in the first semester, or spring semester of 2025. I really wanted to build in empathy and rapport. I noticed that students would often tell not private things, but personal things inside their chats when I read the chat logs. Things like about their emotions, about an argument they got in with somebody else. And I wanted someone who could empathize. I also wanted Bella to be academic. This was an academic English course, so I wanted her to be the smart one. She works at a bookstore. There's a whole backstory to her that shows up in the prompts and dialogues. So today I want to talk about politeness in Japan. Japanese has keigo. They go on, they talk about this. I cut out some of the more personal parts, but does it ever feel exhausting? Asks Bella. Actually, I feel a little bit exhausting. Sometimes it goes wrong. It can be embarrassing. Oh, I totally did that. Last week I accidentally called Professor Reggio dude. What's your go-to move after an awkward comment? Here, they were showing empathy. They were showing, yeah, me too. Also, here you can see the go-to. The student asked about that. What's go-to mean? How about your culture? In what ways English speakers express politeness? So now you're starting to notice that the student is taking control of the conversation. They're no longer responding to the conversation passively, which is what happened a lot in the first semester. But in the second semester, I noticed that students were taking a more active role in the conversation. This is what I really like. Please, thank you, and sorrying too much. See, the thing is that I have been teaching pragmatics in the oral communication course. And this next comment by the student, he's challenging me, something that I've taught. I've heard in my class that people use I think instead of you are. Is this true? So in our course, we talked a lot about using I statements to keep politeness high in a English-speaking context, focusing from an individualistic culture point of view. Speaking about ourselves is much more polite than speaking of others, where in Japanese, we're going to subject drop a lot more often, or to take the conversation away from the group. Is this true? Is Lucas's words true? Fortunately, Bella backed me up. Yeah, instead of you're wrong, we'd say I see it differently. Saves feelings. So here we have this kind of recursive teaching process where the bots were backing me up. I did not prompt her to do this, I promise. This was just something that she came up with on her own. Malik Stackhouse, this is based on a friend I had back when I taught EFL in the United States. I wanted to have more variety. English is not just, Eurocentric. There's a lot of different types of Englishes in the world, African American vernacular English, people their age. A lot of students have interest in this kind of way of speaking, this kind of genre. And it's part of English communication, especially in the United States, where I'm focusing this on. Malik also is studying Japanese in his fictitious world. So he would occasionally ask questions about the Japanese language in his Introduction to the Japanese course, which gave students a chance to talk about their culture. He was also a huge anime nerd. Most of the conversations when students went to talk to Malik was about One Piece or about, I'm not an anime guy, so sorry. Some of them I had to look up, like I don't know what they're talking about, but they seem to have a really in-depth conversation about these anime. And this gave them the ability to teach back, use language to express things. Here's an example. This one is more emotional. My teammate did not do anything. He said he did, but it is cat. All right, so this student was complaining about one of their circle or close teammates. Malik, yeah, cat means like false, lying, not true. So here they're explaining what the slang word is. If your teammate really ain't doing nothing, you can say stop capping. I see. So my sentence was right. Yep, you used it right. If teammates suck, teach them. Right? So here I wanted to put this because I really didn't put a lot. I did put some filters. I did put filters, some explicit filters on the chat box. I never had any problems with my students. They knew they were turning into conversations, but because I was designing the system prompts, you have to make sure that well, I won't go into the details of the things that I'm preventing, but there's a lot of things that can happen with chatbots that I try to make sure don't happen. But I do keep it open. They're allowed to use bad language if they want to, but they are set in a context of education, so the bots generally don't go too far in that direction, unless a student really, really pushes. And I've not seen that happen yet. This works because I'm in a controlled environment and I'm collecting the chat logs. If I had noticed something was going wrong, I would have updated the prompts to be a little bit more, to limit some things that they could do, but I never saw any issues. Coco Berry. Now, Coco was a request from the students. I got multiple requests for, when I asked during the summer vacation in my spring semester surveys, what type of persona would you be interested in talking about? I had like 8 answers of Gyaru. They wanted a Gyaru character. Well, Gyaru is a Japanese concept. It is not, it is not something that appears in the same way in Western culture. So I was thinking, like, what is it they actually want? And what I think they wanted is they wanted someone who was outspoken. They wanted someone who didn't hedge. They wanted someone who said what they thought clearly. It was kind of a little bit chaotic. So I kind of made a little bit of a kind of a TikToker, Valley Girl, Gyaru character, and to make the Gyal character fit, she's half Japanese in her character. So she would understand Gyaru identity. She brings humor, chaos, and challenge. She used the most slang. She was the most difficult to talk to for students. She was high-level slang, but she was a bridge between cultures. If they spoke in Japanese, she could communicate about Japanese culture. And she did a little bit of code switching that the students loved. All right, here's an example. I'm from Japan. I like eating sweats. By the way, do you prefer TikTok or Instagram? Wait, eating sweats? Babe, you mean sweets, right? Like cake and stuff? Oh my God, that's too funny, I'm dead. But yes, I'm team Insta for fits and TikTok for chaos. What about you? All right, this was Coco. Coco was really popular at the beginning, and we found that it was just too challenging for students. And I had some real die-hard Coco fans all the way through, but only the higher level students who had spent some time overseas really engaged with Coco the most. They would sometimes go through and be like, it's just too difficult, I don't understand. They would go back to Alex or Bella or Malik. Oh my God, I missed spelling. I also like Insta. Notice, so here's some linguistic things I want to point out right away. So first of all, she made a mistake, but she totally rolled with it, right? She didn't shut down, she didn't get embarrassed, like, oh my God, haha, I made a mistake, she's joking about it. Also notice that here she's using the word Instagram, here she changed and immediately started copying Coco and is now saying Insta instead of Instagram. Notice that immediately, and I saw this often, students would start adapting, this is social entrainment. You would see that students would immediately start adapting to the conversation style of the bot in question. Right? So what I found is that all of these social norms, when the students were focused on the chatbots, these social norms, these costs didn't go away, but they were greatly reduced. When they talked with the chatbot, they were able to get rid of this idea. They opened up more, they communicated more, they shared things, they shared opinions more. In my survey results, we found that chatting with the chatbot helped me think in English before speaking. We found that this was a bridge about speaking in English. So this is 85% either said somewhat or strongly agree with the statement. Talking about the chatbot helped me share my own opinions. So this is students, when they can talk about the chatbot, they could share their own opinions to their human peers. Here, once again, 80% said they somewhat or strongly agreed with this comment. And this is what I've started to notice, is there's an AI proxy effect. And what I'm calling this is the tendency for learners to feel more comfortable discussing an AI's opinion than expressing their own. In a social context where sharing your own opinion, breaking consensus, breaking communication norms is costly, sharing imaginary characters' opinions is a much less expensive social cost. What happens is the students can talk about the chatbots with proxy. They already stated that this can help them open up to their own opinions. I asked this exact question to students. This is what I wanted to know. It was easier to talk about the chatbot's ideas than my own ideas in group discussion. Now, this is kind of a spicy question that I wasn't sure how it's going to go. I asked them directly, do you feel more comfortable with the chatbot than with sharing your own ideas? And 50% said that they somewhat or strongly agreed. But what I want you to notice is that here, we've only got 2 students who disagreed with this statement. Most students are kind of ambivalent towards it. And what I'm finding is that for the students who are really introverted, for the students who are really shy about opening up in class, this made a big difference. This is what the literature predicts. So if we look at the work of Seiko Harumi, 2011, she works in London. She does a lot of work with Japanese culture and silence and what it means inside of second language acquisition. We find that students avoid speaking to protect face. Silence is used as space-saving or defensive strategy. This is what my students reported. I can talk in English without worrying about mistakes. This comes from my 2024 survey analysis. What I find in my 2025 is that when I ask, did you feel less nervous? I felt less nervous using English when chatting with the chatbot. 87.5% of them strongly or somewhat agreed with this sentiment. The literature says that fear of making mistakes inhibits output due to anxiety. This comes from King in 2013. It can also be embarrassment or the effective filter being too high. What my students said. I was less afraid of making English mistakes. This comes from my survey, translated from Japanese. I was less afraid of making English mistakes. Here we have 87.5 again, except this time you'll notice that much more students are in the very strongly agree category than the somewhat agree category. The literature says that peer pressure discouraged standing out due to harmony and fear of negative peer evaluation. This is coming from both Harumi and King's work on silence in the classroom. And this is what the students said. I could say things to the chatbots that I usually cannot say to my classmates. This is translated from Japanese. And when I asked this question on the survey to all the students, what I found is that 62.6% either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed with this sentiment. This is making a difference socially. Students and English interactions, they avoid English interaction when it feels risky. When there's social risk to speaking English, they don't do it. Using their L1 or silence is the main defensive strategy. You've seen this in class, I've seen this in class, we've all seen it in class. With classmates, I often use Japanese, but with the chatbot, I had to use English, so I used English for a long time. When I asked them, which situation did you use English the most? 93% of them said that with the chatbot is the time I used English the most in class. Only one person said with talking with their small groups, with their student peers, and nobody said during whole class discussion, which as you know, if you ask a question to the whole class, we are often met with silence. So why does this work? Well, this is not new information. I didn't come up with this on my own. AI researchers have been studying this for a long time, except not for education. In 1996, in the media equation, Reeves and Nass came up with the idea. They did a lot of studies that showed that humans instinctively respond to computers as social actors. They created CASA, which is computer as social agents. And when we humans will apply the same social expectations and behaviors that we use in human interactions. So what's happening here, and this is basically a buildup of Kahneman, if you're familiar with cognitive science about system 1 and system 2 processing, is that we have a layer 1. This is instinctual. This is built in. All humans have this. If you interact with AI, this happens to you. You cannot help it. It will happen. You will react to it as a social agent, right? Turn-based, it's pragmatics, stance, all of these things are happening no matter what when you interact with an AI. It's because it's fast, it's reflective, and relational. It's automatic. Reeves and Nash called this the mindlessness state. This is something that your body reacts to when you interact with the social communication. Now, we do have layer 2. Layer 2 is our processing is much slower. So we can say things like, well, AI is not sentient. It has no intentionality. It's a statistical algorithm. We know this. We know this. And so our reflective knowledge is slow. It is, but it keeps us knowing that, you know, I'm not talking to a human. So if it made me mad, I'm not really mad at anybody. It's just a system, right? So what I'm developing now is a new way of thinking about this, is something I'm calling AI pragmatic mediation. And this can apply to global AI, but also in the classroom. AI pragmatic mediation, I'm describing this how AI chatbots subtly shape learners' communication by altering the social and emotional conditions of interaction. Through design of the interaction style, chatbots influence how safe, confident, and willing students are to speak, thereby mediating participation and pragmatic stance in language learning courses. All right. What I'm hoping for a new word, because there are no words to describe this anymore, I've created a new word. Thank you very much. Dyadence is what I call it. I wanted the word symbiosis. A brainstorming method with AI and human. But it seemed a little weird to use the word symbiosis because AI is not biological. So I created dyad plus cadence, dyadence. And what I'm defining this as a human AI co-thinking process in which high perceived safety, this is important. You have to feel safe with the AI to have this state. High perceived safety, as well as a low power distance. If you have a high power distance, if you believe that the AI is the all-knowing oracle, you will not question it. You have to have an equal footing with the AI for you to have this state of dyadence. And what that does is it allows for unfiltered idea generation. Humans are really good at creating brainstorming, creating kind of unfiltered or unorganized ideas, what we call divergent thinking. But AI is not good at that. But what AI is good at is convergent thinking, taking those ideas and organizing into a list of ideas that are more logical and ordered. So this is where I'm going to end today. This is where my work is leading off. I'm moving forward with chatbots, and I'll be doing this in the next couple of, I'll be doing this in the foreseeable future, developing more of the idea of AI pragmatic mediation, how we can start teaching and helping students interact socially through AI usage. If you have any questions, be happy to know or answer if I can. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it.
we have Q&A session. If you have questions, please raise your hand.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Very cool talk. Just from my own personal experience, because I've been doing the opposite of using it for Japanese training, actually.
Uh-huh.
I've been, like building myself a little chatbot. Have you tried having students talk, like doing actual vocal interaction with the chatbot? Or is that a plan in the future? Do you think that will affect how this will turn out?
I've seen a lot of teachers, when Joe Call and Joel, and there are teachers looking into this, and absolutely. The thing that happens with speaking is that the social interaction changes. Written English versus spoken English are quite a bit different, and there's a lot of different emotions and pragmatics that go into things that happen in spoken communication versus written communication. Also, there's a built-in timing. So like with written, like they can take time to read, they can look up words they didn't know, they can come back. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I think both are important. I haven't got to that point yet. It's costly. Right now, I'm running this myself. I'm using research funds to fund my API usage, but getting into multimodal is going to be much more expensive. So I haven't gone that far yet. But yes, if it becomes cheap and available, definitely I'll start looking into that. Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks.
Yeah, so really great. First thing I wanted to just tell you is I did some research about 15 years ago that was looking at chatbots, text-based chatbots, and then looking at the carryover effect. So how it carried over to actual face-to-face communication, and not just linguistically, but affectively.
Yeah.
So I just thought that might be an interesting way to look at it, and so I could talk to you about that.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about
Yeah.
that. That sounds exactly like what I've been seeing myself. Yeah.
But then I was just wondering also is there any plan to make this available commercially or some sort of open source or whatever it may be that we could use it as well?
Right now it's available. You can use it if you want. It's free online. I'll share. If you're interested, I can give you the website. I have considered, I don't want to be a business owner. I like the idea, and I have talked to some companies that are moving in that direction who, right, there's no plan to monetize at the moment. Mostly I'm building up theories and ideas. I want to do this in a research. I want to do it right. It's too new. I think that there's a lot of great things that come along with having humans interact with AI. It's not all roses. There are some downsides to it. In controlled environments like we're using right now, in the classroom where I'm looking at chat logs, I can see the interactions that are happening. We're safe. If I start having customers, then there's a different responsibility that I would have that I'm not going to want to handle on my own. But that's a good question. Yeah, monetizing, I've definitely talked to a few people about it who've been interested in monetizing, and I've kind of, there's no plan. Any other questions?
Lucas.
Yes.
Hi, we have a couple of questions coming in over Zoom here.
great.
First couple related to, do you have any data on how this has helped students in the real world? If they've been able to garner confidence or so on, have been able to apply any of this to real life situations?
Yeah, that's a good question. No, see, I don't have a follow-up yet. So I get first year students, they come in, they hang out with me a year. I don't have like real world data other than just like anecdotal things coming from students where students would say things like, I saw this slang word on TikTok, or I saw this word here or there. So I am seeing that the chatbots are using real world English. And so students have said that they have seen those words out in the wild. So for my final project, this is a sneaky way to sneak in some more research questions. This just happened 2 weeks ago, so I haven't sorted through all the data. I just got all the results back 2 weeks ago. But for the final project, I asked them the chatbot find 10 words that they didn't know before, and they present about the words that they learned and what were the cultural contexts of using these words. And then at the end, I had them reflect on how do they feel about communication with the chatbot. And most of them said that they felt like this was the type of English they couldn't get from a textbook. And I had multiple utterances of that in the presentations, as long as they're slides. I have to tally up that data, but I haven't really haven't really looked too much into the after. Yeah, so that's a good question. Yeah, future maybe.
Thank you. There's one more.
Yeah.
That maybe everyone wants to know as well. The name of the service, again, can you say it one more time, the name of the.
The interface I'm using, so I'm using perchance.org,
Perchance.
but I would tell people to be careful with it. It does, let's see if I can get out of this. I can show you my webpage. Let's see if I can. I'll share the screen. So here, am I sharing? Your screen is paused. Let me share my full screen with you now. Yep, and then here I've got, you can select your chatbot here. This is the one that students use. They write their message here. Alex should respond. It's not super fast because it's a free AI, so it's not. Oh, hey, yo, just got out of something. Didn't finish yet. So sorry, my internet's maybe not fastest. So I just got out of comms class. Professor Ranger was low-key roasting my presentations like, Alex, did you make those on your phone while waiting for pizza? I did. All right, so there you go. So Alex is making his presentation slides on his phone. And then what you can do is students would copy this would copy to the clipboard, and then I would have them paste into a Google Doc. So this is the website I was using. These are the teacher controls that I have done. I wouldn't mess with that if I were you, unless you know what you're doing. Have fun to play with it. You're free to play with it. But if you want to use it, don't mess with that.
What is, maybe you mentioned this, but what is the platform? How did you implement this? What platform was it?
This is perchance.org.
Okay.
Yep, perchance.org. When you go there, you're going to see a lot of ads for AI girlfriends and boyfriends, so be careful. I have stripped out everything from the website and just made it as close to line as possible.
And how do we get yours? We can just go to this.
So go to this
URL.
website, so perchance.org/COMM 101. 101.
And so if we use that with our students, you get the data.
No, I will not get the data.
Okay.
So what I would, if you're going to use this with students, what I would say, I spend the first two classes talking about privacy. As Professor White talked about, you want to make sure students are not putting in too personal data. This is going into an open source AI. I'm not getting it at the moment. I'm in development of my own platform. I wanted to move away from this platform to my own API. I'm building a website. Hopefully by next semester, we'll see what happens during the break. But I'm going to basically transplant this to my own where I control everything.
And so how are you getting the data for your classes?
So what happens is whenever students copy, they go to I have Google Classrooms.
Oh, okay.
They copy the whole part.
They copy the whole conversation and they paste. I'm not going to open it up for privacy reasons, but they copy. I have a Google Doc. They just under their name they dump the conversation. So I have hundreds and hundreds of pages of student conversations that I do plan to use for research. Yeah.
One more time, is it perchance.org/com101?
Yeah, COMM 101. Yep.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that's-
right next here.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yep, next one starts at 10:10, so about 7 minutes. If you're in the room, please help yourself to snacks. The coffee is arriving shortly. Starbucks just opened, so we can only get it from now.
It's really great. So many questions.
Oh, yeah.
We can talk about it later.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I have a brand right now, so I do financial literacy with AI.
Interesting.
Made Harry Santosa. He's joining us on Zoom now, I think. Is there, right? And he's affiliated with the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in Indonesia. He's also visiting scholar at Soka University, Japan. He will be presenting a talk titled Human AI Partnership in English Language Teaching, Bridging Outputs and Meaningful Learning. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeremy, Professor Jeremy White, for inviting me and also all the colleagues in the Jamaican University. My name is Made Heri Santosa. You can call me Harry, just to make it easier. It's like English names, yeah. So I'm presenting through Zoom now. I'm in Bali, Indonesia. I'm sure that you know this place because it's famous for its tourism. So at this time, I would like to share with you the topic on human AI partnership in English language teaching and how to bridge outputs and meaningful learning. My talk is basically from the last meeting with Professor Jeremy White in Asia Call in West Java. And from then, Professor Jeremy White would like to invite me. So I'm going to share something similar while emphasizing on the importance of framework when integrating technology. So I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha in Bali. It's a teacher training college in the area. I believe that I know some of the people here in Zoom meeting. One of them is my ex-students who is pursuing PhD now in Ohio, Dian, and also some other friends. So thank you for joining with me. So what I'm going to share, I learned a lot from Lucas just now of how to interact, yeah, from the AR pragmatic view. And my view will be more on how to put things together. So thank you very much, Lucas, for that one, and also Prof. White in the morning. So thanks. Yeah. So what I'm going to talk today is basically what happens in our ELT context. Yeah, especially in the 21st century learning. So what are the trends and how are the transformation take place today? And also the phenomenon called cognitive offloading and metacognitive offloading, and how with this situation we can integrate everything into meaningful learning, especially in the classroom context, in and outside. And my last point will be on how we collaborate, between the two. So I'm going to start with this one. So when I was in Shenzhen, China, last year, there is something interesting happening. Yeah. So my friend ordered something from the app, and because he forgot his room number, so it's sent to my room number. So first time I got a phone call. Of course, it was in Chinese. I don't understand Chinese. So, but I already had a feeling that something was in front of my door. So when I opened it, I was ready with my phone already to record because I had the feeling. And then this robot came. Because I don't really understand Chinese, so I don't know what to do. I didn't know what to do, but there is very little English there on the top. So it says open. So I click open and it has the package. And then after that, I also don't know what to do. So there is something, a word called close. And with this one, I was like, don't know also what to do because should I say bye-bye to the robot or thank you? Because I was thinking that it was a human that time. So what amazed me is that the robot just sent that one and then went back to the lobby, which is in the first floor. I was I think, in the fifth floor that time. So for me, from my point of view, it was amazing. I know that this kind of thing already happening in some countries, but coming from Bali or Indonesia, things like this are not really often. So I was thinking that everything already like this, and you just can order things and things coming to you. And with this, we can know that a robot can be very smart like this. So if you are looking at human machine frontier by World Economic Forum, it was predicted that in 2027, 43% already machine later on that will involve or interact with us, the human. This means that the machine contribution or involvement or interaction are getting bigger and bigger. If you are looking at impacting jobs, in the future by AI, we know that IT jobs are predicted to have the largest impacted field by AI by 73%, and also the others. But fortunately, there are some jobs that cannot be replaced by AI. It was predicted at least by 2030. And number one is healthcare professional. And talking about education, teachers and educators are predicted not largely impacted by AI. So I'm going to look more from the educational perspective today. At least this is the prediction by 2030. I don't know whether 2031, for example, teachers will be replaced, let's say like that. As you know that AI develop very fast today. So why education is predicted not to be largely impacted by AI? It is predicted like that because healthcare, education provide, in this case, data poor sectors, meaning that not many database available in the networks, in the clouds. So it's not easy, quotation mark, for the machine or the database to scrape and get the data, while IT jobs and others are very much or largely available there. So in this case, we should think of not only teaching like the old days, but also we need to prepare for the unknown for the students, especially for the future generations in this case. So if I go back this view into the teaching and learning context in the classroom, I will ask this question to the teachers. I'm sure that many of you are teachers or educators. So this question should be asked first now as a reflection. So in your classroom today, who is doing the teaching? Is it you, your students, or AI? Okay, so this question is very important because it will make you sit and reflect and probably think deeper whether the students are really interacting a lot more with AI or not, and how is the interaction. For example, in Lucas Talk, for example, it's using a lot of chatbots, and it's good. But the question later on, depending on how the design of the classroom is, where is the teacher? Of course, I believe that the teacher takes a very important role, should take an important role. So let's talk about what are the trends today. So, I will talk from two types of trends. The first one is called pedagogy-oriented learning trends, and the other one is technology-oriented. From the pedagogical perspective, we know that in the 21st century learning methods or perspective, we have these methods of teaching and learning. I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but we have, for example, direct instruction, literature, discovery and inquiry-based, problem-based, project-based learning, and probably lately, especially in some contexts like Indonesia, differentiated instruction and inclusive education are emerging very fast. So we have this kind of 21st century learning, focusing more on the students, or that is student-centered learning, while utilizing technological tools like AI today. And other than that, in terms of pedagogy, we also know that our students now learn from multiple modes. In CREST theory, for example, we have the multimodality concepts where you have at least 5 modes that you can use to communicate and later express and also learn. So whether it is visual, oral, spatial, gestural, or linguistics. Other than multimodality, our teachers and students also need to have the multiliteracy competency. So multiliteracy consists of 2 big concepts. The first one, multimodality, the one that I explained earlier. And while you use the modes, you also need to be literate or able to understand cultural and linguistic diversity. So meaning that using your social, cultural, and professional context, you have to be flexible across different Englishes or different types of languages used, and also utilizing cultural norms. In Japan, for example, politeness and also other things are very important. So when using AI tools, for example, the linguistic expression can be different, yeah, compared to, for example, the US, the UK, which is more, let's say, straightforward. Yeah. So this is another pedagogical trends that we also need to emphasize. Another one, although it's already been already started from a long time ago, yeah, more than 15 years ago. Flipped learning is still considered also a trend where having these different and rich inputs, our students can learn outside, not only from the classroom, not only from the teachers, but also from many other inputs. Yeah, so as a teacher, you need to be able to design for our students to learn before coming to the classroom. Another good concept that is a trend also, not only facilitating, but the teacher should also do co-learning, meaning that our teachers needs to have an open mindset and then learn together with the students. And it is very true now that our students probably have different opinions and will be able to express that one. Coming from Asian perspective, for example, like Bali or Indonesia, this doesn't happen. So the power of the teachers are still strong, probably similar to Japan in a way, but then with the rich and comprehensive inputs coming from AI, for example, or generative AI, we should learn together. So having this kind of different methods and different pedagogical perspectives or concepts, there is one highlight that I would like to emphasize today, that you as a teacher needs to employ post method or eclecticism when you deal with your students, whether it is inside of the classroom, outside of the classroom, or hybrid context. So post-method pedagogy, as you know, from Kumara back in 2000, highlighting on how you can use different methods depending on the context. So there are 3 parameters for that one. So you can read later on: particularity, practicality, and possibility before you use or combine different methods. Another trends that coming today, as you know already, is from the technology perspective. As you know that technology develops a lot, and now AI coming and live together with us. We interact a lot with AI. You talk with Meta, for example. You talk with ChatGPT, and probably our students later leave ChatGPT and talk with Blackbox or Perplexity more. So later I will talk about how our students can be really fast in learning something new, and where the teachers can fill in the role. So as you know, one of the emerging technologies today is AI. So if you read the history of AI, you know that it started back in 1950s and 1955, I mean, the term was firstly coined, yeah, in the Dartmouth project. So, and then it's having ups and downs, and from 2020 and 21, actually, OpenAI with ChatGPT suddenly emerging. Yeah, but that time, generative AI like ChatGPT is not really good in terms of database, but it's evolving and evolving very fast. So later, of course, you can read more about this, but the idea is that it's driving you, it's emerging very fast. AI has three different types. The first one is called narrow intelligence. Second is called artificial general intelligence, and the last one is artificial super intelligence. The idea of narrow, general, and super is where or what is the capacity of AI. So narrow intelligence means that the intelligence of the machine is still below the human intelligence. General means it's parallel, and super means it's above or beyond the human intelligence. So there is a big question today. So where is the machine intelligence today? Is it narrow, general, or super? Another important technological development that I believe you know is extended reality or MAVER. I have Mezara here. I attended one of the session in online and basically similar on this one. So there is a notion of realities that you can also use in your classroom context, whether it is real environment, augmented virtuality environment, and then mixed reality environment and virtual reality environment. So basically, whether you are going to use any contents and context in the context of face-to-face until you are using something that not exists in the student's environment and use that as your topics or contents in your classroom. For example, in Indonesia or some parts of the world, we don't have Eiffel Tower, for example, or let's say Tokyo Tower, and we can use virtual reality to teach to our students and bring a more contextual 360-degree point of view to our students. So in a way, we are living in the omnipresent language learning context, meaning that you are in your place now, like you are in Japan now, or some of you probably are in different parts of the world. I'm in Bali, but we are connected in a way, but also learning so many things outside us. So this is called omnipresent context, where we learn a lot from different situations. So having this kind of situations and trends, we also need to look what happens to our teaching and learning today. So I'm going to view from the concept of student approaches to learning. It's an old concept, but not outdated. It started from 1976 from Malton and Shalyo, identifying that there are actually approaches for our students when learning. And that time it was identified there are two main approaches. The first one is called deep approach, and second one is called surface approach. So there are a lot of research already on this one, basically highlighting that surface approach is where our students only learn instantly and just want to pass very quickly with high scores. So I don't know in your context whether your students are doing that, but in Bali, Indonesia, generally, it was found that it's surveys. So our students just want to have a high score, don't really want to learn, and just memorize basically. So rote learning is very high here. The problem is that later on is with AI. Later I will talk about that. Deep approach is a different one. So you are actually looking at the bottom of the sea, like on the picture that I show you here. Looking from the Bloom's taxonomy perspective, it's more on the higher order thinking skills concept. So it's on understanding and comprehension and also critical thinking. To highlight is that along the way, there are different concepts emerging. So from two approaches back and then to three approaches, and then to two approaches again with motives and strategies. And at the end, it's just two, yeah, highlighted by bigs. And there is a questionnaire on this one called revised student process questionnaire, 2 factors that you can use later on. If you are interested, you can read his works and also some of my works on student approaches to learning. I just want to emphasize that approaches are dynamic compared to, for example, style. I know that there are different discussion on styles, but approaches are dynamic, meaning that it can change along the way. So depending on the way you teach, the way you design your teaching and learning process, your students' approaches can also dynamically change. So different to style, for example, there is a tendency of our students will be static in a particular style. So if you look and differentiate, for example, Bloom's taxonomy and also student approaches to learning through Solo taxonomy, so you can see that they are practically similar. In Bloom's, for example, you started with low order thinking skills and then up to higher order thinking skills, from remembering to creating. But in student approaches, structure of observed learning outcomes, or SOLO, we are looking at how deep the thinking is. Yeah, so to emphasize, Bloom's taxonomy is looking at how high the students can think, and SOLO is looking at how deep the students can think. So there are 5 also taxonomies in SOLO. So depending on your questions later on, your students' responses can be in any way of the taxonomies. So in Bloom's taxonomy, depending on the question will determine the students' responses. So for example, if you ask the students to explain about something or blah, 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 their answer will be likely into that taxonomy only. So different to Solo, the same question, explain about, for example, the shortage in Yamanote line yesterday, and the students can be different, yes, depending on their capacity and competency and knowledge that they have. Some students can be only in pre-structural, meaning that they didn't answer. That can be unistructural, they can only answer one information or fact. But if the students are good, they know a lot of information, they can express more than one information and connect to, for example, politics, economy, and other perspectives. So you can use the two. It doesn't mean that Bloom is not the best. It doesn't mean the other way around. But depending on how you are going to see the students thinking, you can probably learn more on this one. So to give you a clearer illustration, this is how Solo taxonomy work in real life. So for example, in pre-structural, in WhatsApp or Line or let's say WeChat or any other messaging app or email, someone asks you, "Hi, how are you?" And there is no response or slow response. Yeah, meaning that this is pre-structural. But then if someone answer like, "Hi, how are you? Good news," but doesn't ask back, it can be said as unistructural. And then multi means that good news, how are you today? With different questions and different data information, then the students also can express more than one information. In relational, the responses can be more. For example, "Hi, how are you? Good news, how are you today? We haven't spoken for a long time. I thought you forgot me just because you are successful, blah, blah, blah." So it's connecting to something else. And the highest one will be extended abstract, meaning that there are more than one information being presented with connecting to different situations and also extending to something new or a new idea. For example, "Good news, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. How about we meet up with our classmates over coffee?" So this is later on, you can look at different responses of the students and put them into different taxonomies. And now, because of this, the trends and then also the need to really look into deep learning approach to help our students to be able to take role in the future, we also know that our students and teachers even use lots of AI. So you know this one, right? What is the logo of this one, everyone? Can you answer in Zoom chat? You know this one probably. The one that I pointed. So to make interaction, yeah. Thank you. OpenAI, yeah. And then how about this one? The next one that I pointed. You probably know also this one. Yes, thank you, Evan. Perplexity. Yes, thank you. In my context, in my classroom now, students move from ChatGPT, for example, to Perplexity because in the past, when I tried this one, the references are like ChatGPT until now, the references are not good. But now Perplexity can also have a real one, even though the quality probably need to be checked. Do you know this one? The one that I pointed now? It says there, it's black box. Yeah. Do you use black box, everyone? Yeah, many of our students also use black box AI now because it can gather different LLM. So large language models, not only GPT, not only Cloud, for example, or Llama, but in black box AI, you can select which large language model that you want to use. Yeah, you can use Anthropo from Cloud, or you can use GPT Mini, GPT-5, GPT-4. The free version doesn't include GPT-5, for example. This one, do you know this one? The one on the top right? This is SciSpace. Yeah, or so for those who are doing research, for example, you can collect different, literature, and then you can directly create a table of literature review, looking at for example, novelty and gap. So you know which topic that you can do as a future research. Yeah. And then we have also Vercel. You can have this one. This is very famous, the bottom right, that one. Gemini, thank you very much. So I can create a storybook, very good illustration using Gemini storybook, for example, now. And I'm doing that as my project with my students a lot now. I'm going to show you this one. Do you know this one? The something like cat? Yes, thank you, Lucas. It's GitHub. Now our students can create easily a coding, for example. I'm going to show you this one. I wonder if you can see this one. Yeah. So my students is doing a project on creating an app, and suddenly they just came with this app, yeah, and having the narrative spin challenge. So this is only a prototype, and then our students created different a selection, yeah, and then wheel of fortune type game, and three wheel of fortunes, and then when we spin the wheel, it will give you different subject, and then action, and then situation. And because the context is creating narratives, and the students can create narrative based on this one, and we also utilize AI to check whether the quality is good or not, plus human later on. But the question is that how our students can also create something like this, where our teachers probably don't know what to do or how to make this one. So I created a lot of apps also using GitHub, using, for example, this one. We can create a simple ping pong game, but the question is that how you can create the codes. So in GitHub, everyone, you can just create, you can just have prompts, and then it will generate a codes for you, yeah, coding, yeah, and then you can save that into HTML and then put into GitHub or Vercel, for example, if you know how to connect both, and then suddenly you can just have the game, yeah, where the link the URL will be yours. So it's not using a third party or conversion type like in the past. So in the past, for example, I developed something like virtual reality, augmented reality, but that time we still use like Blender, Unity program, which some of us can be very technical. Now it can be very easily to create using, for example, Scratch or Scratch Junior or Fax VR and many others just to create contents like this, like what Lucas did just now. Grok, of course, yeah, Dennis, thank you very much. I know that Grok is getting famous also, but I didn't include it here because in Indonesia it's just suddenly banned. I know that we can use VPN for that one. Why it is banned? Because it's directly or used mostly for porn. Yeah, so for some of us. So Grok is also a good one. So again, the question is that if there are so many AI tools, so how are you going to use this one? In the classroom context, it's also the same. Yeah. So when I was in China, for example, I need to do a lot of I need to do a presentation very quickly because I cannot open ChatGPT and many others. I use DeepSeek, and then I use Canva AI to generate all the slides. Of course, I need to check and everything. So the key will be where and how you are going to use that one. Okay, so this is the two questions that I always ask. So if you have a lot of AI with you, whether you are students or teachers, the question are, where are you now? And what roles that you can play in the teaching and learning context. So I'm going to look also another phenomenon. So many of us now, or especially the students, just can directly ask to generative AI and get the outputs, and the outputs can be very comprehensive, and they just copy and paste that one. So this situation is called cognitive overloading, where you can have the external tools to help you to work for you to produce the outputs for you. But the question is that, do you really understand that one? Do you think that it is true? Yeah, there is also another term called metacognitive overloading, which is very much something happening back there in your thinking. So before you actually do that one, you already think that, okay, I'm going to use this one, and then I won't remember these difficult items. Then you use, for example, ChatGPT. So this kind of phenomenon leads us to the current issues to the teaching and learning context. I already shared with you that there are so many issues and phenomenon at the same time, but looking at how our teachers and students can perform their best while also understanding what they learn or they teach, it's very important now. So whether you have the AI literacy and critical thinking, whether you over reliance to AI, access, for example, in some parts of the world is not equal in a way. Yeah, some in Korea, for example, the internet can be very fast, but in remote areas in Papua, for example, in eastern part of Indonesia, the teachers can very difficult or challenging to use internet, including AI. And of course, training of the teachers. And the last one, which is very important today, is ethics and biases. So for example, if you generate an illustration, the question is that who owns the copyright of the picture? Yeah, is it you or the machine? So it is very important that we have to be literate in AI. So Noam Chomsky already shared with us later before this and highlighted three important points. So the first one is there is an optimism on the rise of AI, and there is a potential also of AI, but there is a worry and concern that this machine can lead to something not good quality while impacting ethics. Now, ethics is one of the biggest concern in our situation, especially in education. There is a joke that now the job of our teacher is shifting into AI detector, not teaching anymore. So we are busy detecting whether our students using AI or not really on the quality of the teaching and learning. So there is a lot of research already, and some of them are this one. So there is a question on AI literacy and the impact on critical thinking. So AI is said to impact a lot of our cognitive and critical thinking, especially for our younger generation. So it is very important that we have AI literacy today. What is that? It is the ability to understand, use, evaluate, and communicate about AI and the outputs from AI responsibly. So there are 4 competencies of AI literacy, according to some of the writers here. So you have to know what AI is, what AI that you use and how it works, how to apply that one. You need to be able to evaluate. And the last one, you have to have agency. This is the most important thing that I'm going to talk today. So whether you use AI or not, you have to know and be able to decide later on when and how you use your AI. And regarding with technology also, there is a shift of computer-assisted language learning. As you know that there is also semantic shift from call to tell to MAL, and then lately to iCall. So the computer-assisted language learning context now already shifting into intelligent call. So with this development from the pedagogy, from the technology, from the issues happening today, we know that there is a very urgent need how we can utilize technology so the teaching and learning process can be meaningful for both of the teacher and the students. So in this case, I would like to propose the importance of using robust pedagogical frameworks, and one of them is called technology pedagogical and content knowledge. So this is under the technology integration framework concept, where the use of technology is very important, but using it alone is not enough. So when you use technology, whatever technology you use, especially AI today, you need to be able to understand the framework, and you need to be able to understand the comprehensive concepts when you utilize that one. So one of the frameworks, among others, that I propose today is called TPEC. I'm sure you know this one. Yeah, it has a long history. Yeah, let's say from Lee Schulman back in 1985, that highlighting only PCK that time, where as a teacher, you need to be able to be competent in terms of pedagogy and content. But then Mishra and Kohler back in 2006, where technology emerging, added another dimension called technology to become TPEC. So the idea is that when you teach later on, you need to understand the content that you teach, and then you need to be able to have different strategies of delivery or in terms of pedagogy. And then if you use technology, the technology should be relevant and also supportive for that particular situation. So this one is called TPEC, and don't forget there are dashes outside this one, meaning the context outside should be also considered. For example, is there any enough internet or strong internet in your situation? Is the air conditioner is good? Is the class is hot, for example? So you need to think a lot of things, not only technology, and use that technology alone in your context. Of course, TPEC has development. Yeah, back, for example, in 2019, context outside like this has been formalized into the 8 dimensions called contextual knowledge, or XK. Of course, with the rise of AI, we need also to include a lot of other dimensions. For example, the work of Ning in 2024 proposed another framework called AI TPEC framework, while including artificial intelligence in each of the dimensions of technological competency, and then content knowledge, and then pedagogical knowledge. Another work from Selig, for example, is also including ethics in using AI. So it's not only about using the technology, but also looking at other comprehensive things outside that one when you want to utilize that one. So I propose this one because TPEC is considered versatile, yeah, because it can work across all types of technology. For example, AI, you can read the work of Mishra et al. In 2023. So with that kind of framework, we just published a chapter in Routledge, yeah, last year. So my colleague and I wrote this one, and then our chapter is about teaching English and technology, and specifically looking at TPEC in the classroom. So there are 5 central themes that we got that time from large systematic literature review work or study. The first one is, what are the teachers' perceptions of TPEC? So basically, teachers' roles is very central here. So the success of the teaching and learning process largely depends on the teacher, and the teacher should be highly competent. Yeah, for example, through CPD, continuous professional development. And the understanding of TPEC of the teachers is also very important. Otherwise, teachers will just come to the class, use this technology, and then did not really connect the technology into the topic, for example. And also the ability, of course, yeah. So the teachers should know when to use this technology and then when to use that technology. So it should be clearly scaffolded or step by step, clearly, yeah, and how to implement that one. So a clear and effective implementation of TPEC in this case is a clear pedagogical strategies plus digital tools and a continuous professional developments. And the last, of course, when you want to use technology while integrating TPEC, you need to consider different situation or context, like in Indonesian context, infrastructure, teacher training, and the competency of the teachers when teaching in the classroom. So to conclude with the chapter, basically you have to use a framework when you want to integrate technology in your classroom context. When I talk about classroom, it doesn't mean only face-to-face or physical classroom, but also online and hybrid. Yeah, and it should be future ready, and it should be also AI inclusive, meaning that it is not putting away some of the students, for example, who doesn't have gadgets or internet with them. So you need to design the teaching and learning process effectively and meaningfully for that one. So the role of the teacher and agency are very important here. So what to do with AI rise today is that we have to put more attention to our teachers and build a stronger teachers by having a lot of teacher professional development continuously, yeah, especially on the use of AI and being literate in using AI. You need also to align with the 21st century learning context. For example, in Indonesian context, it's only a term, deep learning approach. So while having the students to have more critical thinking ability and avoiding memorization, for example, I think everywhere in the world is like that today also. Yeah, and do a lot of research on AI, natural language processing, and multi-literacy context, and also from the policy. So to conclude, yeah, so the principle of human partnership and collaboration is that it should be a pilot and co-pilot. So there is Professor Stockwell and Professor Wang in Technology and in Language Teaching and Learning, TLTL journal. So the idea is that when you want to collaborate, yeah, you need to really look into the truest meaning of collaboration. So when you use AI, it appears that you are collaborating with AI, but actually not. It's only a collaboration on the surface. Why? Because it doesn't really define the genuine collaboration in education. So what are the collaboration in education? It should be a shared goals, yeah, with the party that you collaborate. It should be reciprocal. It should be distributed accountability, mutual understanding, complementary expertise, calibrated trust, and acknowledge contribution. So for example, in AI, you don't have, for example, mutual understanding or complementary expertise. Yes, it has database, but you cannot just exchange ideas like when you talk with people or discuss with people. You basically just get the outputs. Yeah, of course you can discuss, but again, you need to really have a shared goals with this one. Otherwise, you need to compare with the paper by I forgot the name, but there is a term called AI gearism, where there are three factors that can influence this one. Whether you use AI verbatim, yeah, just plagiarize that one. Whether you augment AI when you express yourself, whether in normally in writing or speaking, and whether you you do not rely too much on AI. So you can read from all the links that I gave here, all are active links. So you just click later on. Another important concept is that in the teaching and learning context, the teaching should be clearly having a technology integration concept by using a particular framework. There are a lot of framework actually. One of them is called TPEC. Your teaching and learning, if you want to have a collaboration with AI, should be scaffolded clearly. So this is coming from one of the chapter also in APACOL, Asia Pacific Call, where when you want to teach something, for example, later you can download this for free in my other slide. So you have to be clear what is the first activity, second activity, third activity, up to the last activity. So in pre-activity, whilst activity, and post-activity should be meaningful and effective. And the last, with the AI, you need to have a clear and strong agency, both teacher and learner. As a teacher, you need to be able to have a professional judgment, autonomy, and creativity. A teacher should have control, yeah, over the instructional design, and it should be designed by the teacher. Yeah, for example, a teacher uses AI to generate vocabulary lists, but modifies them for local relevance. Yeah. For learners also, we have to build and develop our learner agency to help them to be able to make choices, set goals, and this is the most important, take the ownership of learning. So it is very important to help our students to have the authorial voice, yeah, rather than just copying and pasting the outputs from AI. We need to teach them to explain why they get that one, and to be critically thinking and express more of the outputs coming from the Gen AI platforms. So the last point that I would like to emphasize is that you can use AI, but you have to remain human, because AI is non-human. Sometimes we think that ChatGPT, for example, is a human. That's why sometimes we say thank you, we say please, or sometimes you get angry or to ChatGPT. But remember that ChatGPT and others are not human. Yeah. Uh, it is powerful, but it doesn't mean that it's always right. So you have to encourage skepticism for your outputs. For example, if there is a very comprehensive look of outputs, you need to always ask, what is missing from this answer from AI? So you need to look deeper and critical think on that one. Because if you do not have that one, you will have a blind adoption, and this is very dangerous. Not for now, for example, yes, you can answer this correctly, you get high score, but in the future, it will limit and diminish your critical thinking ability. So if you want to take a bigger role in the future context, in different settings in the world, this will affect you in the future. Yeah. And of course, as a teacher, you need to have a clear integration framework. And the idea is that you have to have this three things now when you teach and learn. The teaching and learning process should be effective, meaningful, and responsible or ethical. So you can read this work also by Keisha, yeah, that when you use AI, not everyone use AI per se, yeah, but should be a need satisfaction when they use AI, especially with TPEC, self-efficacy, and willingness to integrate AI into their context. So to conclude, that there are some of my works and my books that you can also check later on. The first two are free. This is published by Asia Pacific Call, and the other two are partially free. Yeah. This is my latest. These are my latest books, and also you can read some of my articles later on. So thank you. That's the thing that I can share, Professor Jeremy and others. Yeah, you can scan this one if you want. It's a live version. If you need the slide, I will send to Professor Jeremy later on. This is my contact. If you want to communicate later on, you can just contact me or email me. Thank you much. I will return this back to the committee there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your interesting talk. Unfortunately, we do not have a Q&A session for this because we are a little behind the schedule. So thank you. If you have any questions, you can post questions on the chat.
Yes, I'm open. Just contact me later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, thanks, Jeremy.
We'll take just a 5-minute break and then come back with the next one. Thank you for giving up your time today.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. No worries.
Yeah, if there's, I'm sure people are going to have questions, and I'll just email you a list of things later if that's okay. Just one right now. I just need to plug it up.
It's not my computer. It's the one only the last. I can
my dissertation. And finally, the drawbacks of using AI in the classroom. So let's begin with what future are AI companies imagining? Many AI companies are not just creating tools, they are promoting a vision of empowerment.
Yeah, just making sure I can hear you. Okay, good. Yeah.
So we'll watch a brief clip of the Copilot 2024 Super Bowl commercial and get the perspective from AI companies. Yep.
Let's do that again. After KFC.
And video voices. Audio.
Can they see the YouTube video online?
Yeah.
You can see it? Okay, great. That's a nice sound. Can't hear anything. Anyone have more?
Is it the Zoom call that you're on? Is the share audio?
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying
Can you jump to a web page and just copy paste the link in for a second? Do it like that, or would that open a new window?
That was what we just.
Oh, okay.
Wrong.
Oh, but then you gotta share the window to the,
Yeah, you'd have to.
just for the Zoom people, just stick it in the chat, and tell them to watch it. So-
Yeah, that's good.
Ask ChatGPT what to do. Yes.
It's good. A bunch of people here for a technology conference and we're struggling with
Yeah.
technology. If anyone in the comments knows how we can be sharing the audio of the video, it'd be very helpful.
It's not just in the share, your share sound, is that it?
Share sound is what I'm after.
Share screen.
Yeah.
That's simple.
That's all I have for yours.
Let's try that again.
Okay.
Good morning.
But is it sharing the right window?
Are you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Back there.
Watch me.
Just watch me now. Just watch me now. I got something for you, a little more for you. You won't believe your eyes. Just watch me now. I got something for you, a little more for you. You won't believe your eyes. Just watch me now. Just watch me now.
Microsoft Copilot has aired its Super Bowl commercial 2024. With Microsoft Copilot and the power of AI, ideas become action, the impossible becomes possible.
It has a very, I believe it's a human-made commercial that says, you know, I'm too old to do my dreams, or someone said I couldn't write my movie or, you know, fulfill whatever. I'm too change the world, I'm too old to do this. And then when the people in the room started the music, yep, just watch me now, it's all prompt engineering on how we could actually do these things. So the AI companies are looking at this technology as something, as a scaffold rather than a crutch. So, and it wouldn't be a proper AI presentation without reminding everyone that one tool, ChatGPT, which was released in 2022, reached 100 million users in just 2 months, the fastest adoption rate in history. This rapid growth shows how strongly people were waiting for accessible, easy-to-use AI tools. And Japan was on it. The word Chappy, the nickname for ChatGPT, was included as a popular word of 2025. This shows that AI is now a big part of everyday life in Japan. In 2024 and 2025, AI transitioned from text only to multimodal systems that can see, hear, and speak. This voice-first learning means that students can ask questions without typing. In 2025, Google Gemini added Banana Pro to make realistic images, and ChatGPT can now make realistic videos. My photographer friend said that he knew AI would eventually come for his job. He didn't know that they would be today. As educators, is today our day? Surveys show that many students now use ChatGPT instead of human tutors, especially for quick explanations and homework support. This doesn't necessarily indicate cheating. It reflects how accessible and responsive AI has become. Still, concerns about accuracy and over-reliance remain important. Some media argue that ChatGPT weakens critical thinking because students rely on it too heavily. But many researchers suggest the real issue lies in the assignment design, not students themselves. Instead of banning AI, educators could focus differently. Does AI stop students from thinking, or do we need to change the way we teach? In this sense, AI has become less about producing answers and more about shaping the interaction and process of thinking. The focus is no longer just what students know, but how they reason, reflect, and engage over time. Answers become dialogue. This reflects social constructionism. Learning happens through dialogue, negotiation of meaning, and interaction, not just receiving correct answers. Automation to augmentation. This aligns with human AI co-agency and intelligence augmentation, where tools expend cognitive activity rather than replace it. It pushes back against the idea that learning is only about efficiently producing correct answers, and instead uses tools like AI to support thinking, dialogue, and meaning-making processes. Individual to collaborative. This is the core of situated cognition, that knowledge is distributed across people, tools, and contexts, and not solely held in individuals. So AI must move to interaction and processes. Instead of framing AI as a task completion tool, you frame it as part of an ongoing activity system. And this was going with the next, what I just said. So this brings me to what I call the AI hybrid. All the classes I mentioned in my introduction are all AI hybrid, which means the students can use any AI tools that they want as much as they want to complete the assignments, with the exception of the required AI literacy course, which has a standardized multiple choice test. So that one's the AI banned on that. But this AI hybrid approach is intentionally integrating AI tools into the classroom with human facilitation. In these environments, AI supports thinking and leads to learning. Learning remains teacher-centered and the teacher's in charge of all the pedagogical decisions. But AI can help scaffold participation, reflection, and make spaces for more voices to be heard. When used thoughtfully, AI can support dialogue, reduce anxiety, contribute to a positive classroom climate, and student well-being. And this is where my work with collaborative pedagogy is trying to make AI a part of the classroom, not separate. And I found that a lot of AI tools are kind of promoting solo learning, which educators have spent the last 30 years working against. So working together with AI is going to, when we use AI mainly for personalization, speed, and answers, we risk accelerating desocialization in learning environments. So my presentation today will be practical ways we can integrate it into our classrooms. And this brings me to the examples I have. AI is an effective pedagogical partner when used as a tutor, when supporting higher order thinking, and when strengthening relationships. So I want to frame the context for these activities as something beyond task completion that connects student knowledge to their prior experiences, their current concerns, and their future goals. This also requires us to rethink what counts as legitimate knowledge in the course rather than treating learning as a series of isolated assignments. In the next section, I'll introduce real examples from my classes, including AI classmates, image generation tasks, songwriting, VR speaking, and group work GPTs that align, each activity aligns with phases of learning. When possible, I try to use the free versions of all these tools, except for Ovation VR. We did get that sponsored by the company to pilot its virtual reality. AI as a classmate. In this activity, students ask questions to guess the home country of AI, treating AI as one of its classmates. This reduces anxiety, it improves questioning skills that build on inquiry-based learning, which in turn helps prompting. Image generation helps students explore identity through visual literacy. They think about prompt engineering, choosing a persona, location, and style, and then refine their image. This supports planning, performance, and reflection. Metacognition through learning reflection is an ongoing key part as how we move forward. Here's a student example of what this might look like. And this matters by linking abstract language use to personal identity and imagined futures. This task encouraged students to transfer academic concepts into self-authored narratives beyond the course. The next image generation is asking students to use their favorite LLM, large language model, which for my classes is ChatGPT still, to find a concept on their own instead of having it explained to them or lectured to them. For this example, I used an art movement for one class and Japan's Bitwatt program. Once they use two large language models, they tell us which one they like better and why. They also tell us what they learned from their research. The next step is to produce some sort of learning graphic with what they learned in the way that they want it represented. And these are two student examples using Google Banana Pro. And you can see that they're personalizing their learning into frameworks that they like. Obviously, we're getting a lot of manga too for a learning style that works for a lot of students. And remember, these are new concepts that they didn't know before, and now they're suddenly able to talk with their partner about the main points of it. We're also using generated images for things that don't exist yet. And every time I talk, I can see the creatives in the audience light up. Because for people that want material that isn't out there, they can make it, their students can make it. We're using this as something that we don't have next, which is the generative part of generative AI. So the next one I'll introduce is AI songwriting. With Suno AI, and I've offered another one, students create original songs that express emotions or stories. Music allows students to externalize feelings and share and co-create with each other and AI. Here's an example song made by the computer students about an upcoming exam on network programming called NetPro that they thought was so fantastic, they shared it amongst themselves as just something they enjoy. So we'll hear a little snippet of NetPro.
Yeah, NetPro is just
It's not gonna show. Oh, you don't need to see it, do you? Just need to hear it.
Yeah, this one's. I think we get the idea. And for those dancing in the back, if you could just sit down, please. And why it matters is that I said this music externalizes feelings. One of the last examples is AI as a group facilitator and making a custom chatbot for your group work. If you've ever been in a classroom where you can't be with every group, having one student on a device with a custom-made chatbot. In my example, this was material from the Campus Art Center, and I uploaded the Campus Art Center material and had it translated into English. So this is something that never existed before, and gave the Poe.com, which allows you to make custom chatbots, some other ones do too. I gave it directions that it's going to facilitate group work and take turns asking questions to each student in the group about the art exhibit they saw. And so this one is prompted with your specific materials. And this example supports transfer by modeling collaborative discourse norms that students can apply independently in future group discussions without AI support. Some other examples that were made by my students actually picked up the problems with AI chatbots. For example, the magician chatbot they made with using Poe.com gave away all the magician's secrets, because AI cannot reason what is something that's good to say and what is something that is not good to say. Using that flaw in AI design, my other student made a catbot. The catbot ignores you like every 5 questions for no reason other than it's a cat. But the business wiki, and this was already 2 years ago, the student decided they're not going to like Google things anymore. They're gonna use like AI and they're gonna have like a business wiki that's custom tailored to whatever businesses that they wanted to do and answer questions about those businesses. So once the students understand they can upload their own source material and create questions and dialogues through that, it opens up a lot of different avenues. The last one, I've put the free version you can use for chatbot. The version I'm talking about right now, the visuals are all in virtual reality, but we had students practice a interview and they practiced with humans, their human classmates, and they practiced in front of 3 AI chatbots for public speaking practice. And this is where I come to the part of the my talk about risks, challenges, and ethics. I'm just making sure we have enough time. Okay, so when I teach AI literacy, it's important that we cover all the problems with AI. The easiest way to do this is using some resources. I found that ethics is like bird watching. You don't see them right away, but if you learn what they are and where to spot them, they become easier and easier every time you practice. So AI tools, risk, data, and privacy. AI tools collect user inputs, device information, IP addresses, and sometimes location data. Free versions often use prompts as training data. Only educational tier versions like Gemini or Copilot offer stronger protections, but students should never paste personal identifiers or confidential information into AI systems. Bias. AI models reflect the biases in their training data. Many data sets are from weird countries, Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and demographic. Research also shows that AI has a US-centric view. This results in cultural blind spots. The student should learn to ask, whose data is this? Whose is missing? And they should confirm that the output reflects their values in culture and represents them in the way that they want to be represented. Several lawsuits argue that AI companies train models on copyrighted material without permission. In the anime and manga industry, this is an ongoing debate. We should keep this in mind when we're talking to students about AI use and discuss these lawsuits. We should also allow all students to opt out of AI if they're not wanting to use it. AI systems depend on enormous amounts of invisible human labor, content monitors, annotators, and data cleaners, often unpaid in the global south. AI also consumes significant energy and water. Each prompt needs about 3 teaspoons of fresh water to cool the servers, creating a worldwide environmental demand on water and also raw materials for the computer industry. AI can confidently generate false information. More than 700 AI-generated news sites have already been identified. There's also a growing digital divide. Differences in AI literacy determine who benefits and who falls behind. Misinformation is the most demanded subject in my AI literacy class, especially students from Pakistan who told me there's a fake war with India going on that is indistinguishable from other news outlets. Many young people use AI companions for emotional support, raising concerns about dependency. At the same time, AI is reshaping labor markets, especially automating entry-level jobs. Students need to understand both the opportunities and the risks of AI-mediated work. AI often gives pleasing outputs that confirm what the asker is using, but just to make the conversation going. So that is a concern. And also with the job market, it might automate certain tasks, but not the whole job. So we still need expertise in the jobs market. Before closing, I'd like to return to more classroom activities. with AI as classmates, image generation, songwriting, public speaking, group work with custom GPTs, and give you a chance to think about these if they would work in your class and which would you feel comfortable in your own context. Effective AI integration begins with what teachers feel comfortable trying. There's a link that I'll copy and paste in the chat that offers even more ideas for your classroom and for you to evaluate which ones would work in your context. And thank you for coming today.
Now we have 10-minute Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand.
I have a question about AI literacy. Do I need to talk in a mic?
You've got a very small voice.
I know. Hello, okay, yeah. So a lot of the literacy frameworks have almost like checklists of certain skills that need to be learned or can describe different levels of literacy. Things like, I guess for AI would be prompt engineering or use of agents. Is there a framework like that that's already been set up or several of them?
I have not found one in Japan. The one we're using is called Digi 2.2, and it's a European framework. And because 30% of my students are from outside Japan, I decided this would be the best bet. And it wasn't US centric, but it's Digi 2.2.
Okay, thank you.
If anyone knows one in Japan for AI literacy, please, by all means.
Sorry, what was, you made the song, what was the program that you did for the song?
That was Suno.
Suno.
On the one slide, I have a backup version because this technology is changing so quickly. I would say for a lot of people that tried ChatGPT when it first came out and was terrible, they never went back to it. But you really need to revisit like probably every 3 months to find out what they changed and made better. It used to be more racist and sexist and pretty terrible, and I did not think to copy paste those examples, and now they're gone. So that would have shown how much things have changed. These are the versions that I found that will allow you to play with the free version. The link there to the song they made is still working. Oftentimes these go on the model that, you know, it goes on to a subscription service, but generally for my classes, we go into the free version, we make something, we copy paste it, we share it on Teams, we talk about it, and we don't really need to go on to any paid version. So.
You've given me so many ideas and things that I want to try with my students. You're using like the song app, song GPT in your class. Like they make the song and then are they talking about the song in English? Is that how you're using it with language education?
Yes, so when I taught the song, they were trying to relate it to something going on in their life, and they all had this big exam that they'd rather be studying for. So that's when they came up with this network programming study song. But then we share them, so they're listening to other people's music. Yeah. So right now I'm not teaching in an English language context. I'm teaching with English as a medium of instruction for digital transformation. So I do think it's a little different, and I do think you might have to tweak it for your context.
I have another question. Do you ever have the students like provide rationale for why they're choosing whatever they're choosing? Like, and the previous speaker was saying something like, whatever the output is, how are the students tweaking it, and then making them tell you their thinking process, how they're using it.
That's a great question, and that's something that I've been working on. In my last big project, I asked for their ChatGPT history to see how they're using it, if they're going through a process with it or they're copy pasting it. but I mean, there's just pages and pages. And they're using it two ways. One, the way my photographer friend is using it with 1,000-word prompts and getting basically exactly what he wants. And other students just, you know, maybe copy paste the assignment and get it back and it's like all wrong. And then they're redoing their work and stuff like that. So to watch that process, I asked for like a ChatGPT history, and they understood what I was looking for. I was looking for a process and not the final product. But it wasn't exactly perfect. Some of them put it like 5 point, and one project had 250 pages of prompt history. So I don't think it's feasible to ask for the receipts on, you know, process thinking, but I do think that's a great way that you have to think about how they're using it.
Maybe they identify and condense like key moments in their use of.
A lot of them don't have a key moment because they're just reprompting and reprompting and reprompting, but that's going to get better with better prompting. So yeah. Thank you for the question.
That's a good, I have more, but I'll let it.
Okay.
Any online questions there?
Yes, which specific aspects of academic English have been improved by using ChatGPT? Have you noticed any improvements in grammar, vocabulary acquisition?
So that's also a good question. I'm not teaching English at the moment and I don't have empirical evidence today. I'm working with AI to facilitate knowledge transfer and using AI for students to use language in a context that's particular to them. So that would be research that would be up and coming, the receipts on AI meditated learning.
So I have some question on the, so basically to use AI, or just let's say to more fundamentals subjects, like mathematics, physics, more application based, is it like different? You know?
I know that AI adoption is a lot easier for the science universities when you're doing coding and you're doing like sciences, everyone's like, this is great, why wouldn't we use it? For people teaching in humanities, it's a little bit tricky because we're trying to teach like thought processes. But as a graduate student, what is happening in my graduate level classes is that we have students learning together in the same class, but using ChatGPT to personalize their learning. So for example, I took a class with 6 other people, but everything I read in the 15 weeks was ChatGPT recommended resources from Japan only. I didn't need to learn about the other countries, maybe they didn't need to learn about Japan. But in the classrooms before, everyone's on the same page, learning the same thing. And now we can kind of differentiate what students want to learn and where their specialties are and where their interests lie. So if that answers your question, across context.
Good. One final question here from Zoom. Where do you draw the line? Obviously, it's very AI friendly environment. Where do you draw the line in terms of students submitting, using maybe over-relying on AI for assignments and so on?
So we have a lot of dialogues about that. And I think when you open up to your students and they realize that you know they're copy pasting and they're like, how do you know? And you're like, come on, you know, I get 100 essays and 60 are the exact like same formattic essays. Like they know, you know, so I just call them the copy paste club and I'm trying to get those people to come over to people using it more for information, for helping them learn something. In my class, because it is an AI focused class, if someone's copy pasting, the policy is that they need to practice AI more. They're not using it up to its potential. They're using it at a very simplistic level. And just like an instrument, when you learn to play an instrument, like a piano, it has the autoplay. And you hear the autoplay on the piano, it sounds great. Like, why would you learn to play the piano? But what AI literacy is helping students learn to play the piano. And my professors at Indiana University, think AI in the classroom, my current professor calls it breathtaking. But he's playing that piano at Beethoven's level. And he knows the prompts and he's an expert in his field and he has the terminology and he asks the right questions and his outputs are pretty amazing. I'm in that class playing chopsticks. So we're using the same instrument, but without any practice, we don't get better.
Questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Take a 5-minute break and then we're off student demonstration in 5 minutes. Thank you.
They're talking all over.
Great, that was, yeah, very smooth.
Yeah.
What's yours here? Is this?
Nothing.
Not yours, okay.
Mine.
That's it, this is.
It's like a workflow. So
Or not your.
draw from it.
Spreadsheet. Okay.
Well, if Gemini this is showing higher order thinking about.
I'm trying to break my stuff.
I'm doing my best. Yeah.
Yes. So I use this framework.
What's on the flash drive here? That's just your.
No, that's just the clicker. The clicker.
This is a very basic one.
It's a demonstration, it's not a.
It's a demonstration. How much?
She said no title. So what should I? Said no title. So is that why I couldn't? I can only edit sometimes. She was together. conversation learning support system that uses large language models as conversation partners to encourage learners to achieve their conversation goals through repeated interactions. So please welcome our guest, our student speaker. Hi, Yurika Tahara. I'm Yurika Tahara. I show my research project. The concept of my research is to reframe English conversation as collaborative activity in which a goal is achieved through repeated interaction with an interlocutor rather than as a first-time correct test. Many English learners believe that they must correctly convey all of their interactions in one sentence. As a result, they are likely to feel uncomfortable speaking English. However, even native speakers in actual conversation gradually reach mutual understanding through repetition, clarifications, and confirmation. I have therefore developed an English conversation learning support system that allows learners to safely experience the process of reaching mutual understanding through trial and error and repetition. This system uses an LLM as a conversational partner, and even if learners are unable to say something correctly first time, they will experience getting closer to the goal of the conversation through repeated interactions. This video is experience, system experience. First, here is conversation goals, and I want to go the British Museum, but participants don't know British Museum, the word British Museum. So they think word instead of British Museum. This participant is the British Museum in Japanese Daiei Hakubutsukan. Daiei Museum. And send the this input and LLM response this inputs. Other examples, conversation goal is stuff of duck. I want to buy stuff of duck, but participants don't know stuff and words. So participants use door instead of stuff, but door is incorrectly, so LLM evaluates not achieved goals and ask our more what is mean of that door. participants experience his inputs not conversation partners understanding. So rephrase and one more inputs and repeat this process. And through this process, participants try to trial and error through this system. That's for my project. Thank you.
So she is around today. If you want to try out her project at any time, just please approach her, and she'll be. I'm just volunteering her, but she'll be happy to do that. But yeah, if anyone have any questions for her in English or in Japanese, is also okay.
I have a question. Could you briefly summarize your project in Japanese for us? In Japanese, 日本語で。小さい、small short summary.
Oh,
Oh.
わからない単語があるときも、諦めずに知ってる単語でそれを表そうとしてみて、で、伝わらない、こっちはどうだろうみたいな感じで、どんどん言い換えていくことで、なんとなく相手に伝わる表現っていうのができるんじゃないかな。そういうのを安全な環境で試してみることができたら、もうちょっと英語を話すみたいなことに対して苦手意識が薄れるんじゃないかなという研究です。
I have a question. 日本語でいきます。じゃあ、質問するときは、ただ単語のみでも大丈夫ですか？文章じゃなくて、ただ一言かだけでも、それでやり取りする形で思われるんですか？
本当にそれしか浮かばないときはそれでも大丈夫だと思います。ただ、可能な限り、やっぱり文章があった方が相手に伝わりやすいと思うので、相手に伝わるにはどうしたらいいのかということを考えてみることも一つの我々のシステムで適用できる体験かなっていうふうに思っています。学生さんにやってもらってる。はい。学生さんの感想はそうですね。まず、一番最初に聞いたのは、この単語なんて言うんだったかなっていうのをまず聞いて、で、わからないなりにとりあえず入れてみようみたいな発言聞けたりとか、これはとりあえず、ぬいぐるみって単語がわからないから、一旦ドールでも近い言葉かなみたいな感じでドールを入れてみたりとか、あとは、これでこの今示しているのは伝わらなかった時なんですけど、思いもよらず伝わった時は、あ、これでもいけるんだみたいな発言が聞けたりしました。
The two things on the right there, the social pragmatics, what are these for and how do you measure it? Is there a translation for
social pragmatic.
右にある2つのものは何のためにあって何を語っているのか。
右に、日本語です。すいません。学習者がこの一連の入力でこれをどれだけ伝えられたのかっていうのを LLM に評価させたものが表示されています。
So the LLM is evaluating how well the learner was able to explain.
And second one?
やるとで、
2つですね。下2つは、めちゃめちゃ失礼なことを言ってないか。
second one is checking if you're not saying
Is it a concern?
なんかやっぱ失礼なことを言ってないかって日本の学生は気にするものだと
そうですね。あとやっぱり伝わらないとどんどんなんかめちゃめちゃ命令口調になっていったりとかするのでなのであんまりそれは言わない方がいいかもねっていうのを示せたらな。
Okay, thank you so much. This ends the session for the morning.
And the schedule said we come back at 1:10, but actually 1:20. So you've got an hour and 10 to grab some lunch. I don't know what's open today because those tests are on. So convenience store, possibly the ramen shop. There's Starbucks. There's a restaurant next to Starbucks. There's a supermarket, or if you can go over to Eon. There's plenty of options.
Jeremy, is the rest of the afternoon timing the same after we come back, or is
Yes.
everything pushed back 10 minutes?
No, it's all the same. We're meant to have 2 student presentations in the afternoon.
Oh, I
One
see.
cancelled, so.
Cool, thanks.
Is it really 11 teachers like us?
I'm actually not going to see the presentation.
Oh, no.
I have a friend coming to the States.
Oh, wow.
So I'm.
That sounds more fun.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just go eat lunch though, and then after that,
You're gonna eat
I'm
lunch
gonna
here?
stay here to eat
Okay,
lunch. So
well,
if you wanna-
I'll join you.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
I'll
some work with.
They also have to-
Kind of like the options for ramen or Starbucks.
It's a walk.
Is it, how far, do you have to walk a long way to go?
How far is the line? Like 5 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So I've stopped giving out the instructions, but I'm also not interested. I don't want to be this is something like I.
Right, well, you said,
I like
yeah,
teaching.
sure, yeah.
So. I have the code set up. It's a code in upload file. And it's all a little goofy.
Yeah, so, talk about it in the chat box. And you can find us.
What do you say hi
No, I'll do something. I haven't thought about it. Just been running around doing.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. So we're gonna start the afternoon session with the student presentation. The presenter is Jotaro Tasaki, and the title of the presentation is The Role of Language Comprehension in Viewing Video Game Live Streams, Removing the Language Barrier in Entertainment. Please welcome him.
Alright, so hello, my name is Jotaro Tasaki. I'm a PhD student at Kansai University. My major is supposed to be on entertainment computing and human-computer interaction. I'm not really the entertainment guy, obviously. I'm not the education guy, obviously. I'm still in education. So, but I'll try to keep my presentation. Okay, let me start. My research, I did a research and I investigated how language comprehension affects engagement in live streams. So first of all, I need to explain what live streaming is. A live stream is a type of video game content where the streamer broadcasts their gameplay through streaming platforms such as Twitch and YouTube. Viewers can interact with co-viewers or the streamer by leaving comments with the live chat feature. Watching, not just playing, has become a popular way to enjoy video games in the gaming community. In a live stream, there is a streamer and a viewer. Streamers output their gameplay and their reaction as a video media. Viewers leave comments as their reactions to the streamer's performance. Streamers and other viewers can then react to those comments, causing interaction. While movies and TV shows are a rather passive type of entertainment, live streams are a combination of passive and active experiences, which are viewing the gameplay and also commenting to interact with co-viewers and streamers. And in prior research, the term engagement is used to express the state that the viewer is paying attention to a live stream. Wanting to improve gaming skills by watching a better player or interacting with other viewers or streamers are examples of motivators in live streams. Also, financially supporting streamers through patronage, desire of recognition, development of parasocial relationships, and some examples of interactions in live stream. Parasocial relationships are one-sided relationships for celebrities. For example, feeling friendship or having a crush on celebrities that they have never met in person. By being able to react through comments and social networking services, it is said that streamers are in a closer relationship with the audience compared to traditional video media such as movies or TV shows, which is said to be the reason that the special PSRs are forming. Also, many of the motivators are said to be social motivators. So we believe that being able to communicate, which means language comprehension, is important for engagement in live streamings. So now that we know what live streaming is, I need to talk about what I'm making a fuss about. The internet grants access to content from all around the globe, making it possible for people to enjoy content from different language areas. Video games could be a great topic to discuss about with foreigners, and entertainment can be shared without language barriers. However, the localization of entertainment content is not an easy task. Am I sure? Isn't detailed enough? No, it's not enough. There are too many coined words and technical jargons and slangs and sentences that are in the entertainment area. So I have some examples. On the left side is the world famous Pokemon Pikachu. English, it's Pikachu. Japanese, it's Pikachu. Same name, right? That's really simple. On the right hand, there's Charizard, which is Lizardon in Japanese. Yeah, but the word being different, even though it's the same thing, isn't something to really fuss about, right? It's the point of learning a different language. This isn't that confusing. But there are sometimes problems. The item on the left is called hyperbole in Japanese. The item on the right is called Ultra Ball in Japanese. These are both items in Pokemon. The left item in English is called Ultra Ball. The right item is called Beast Ball. So the right item is called Ultra Ball in Japanese, while the left item is called Ultra Ball in English. this is very confusing. So when maybe there might be a streamer playing Pokemon saying, I need some more Ultra Balls, and there was a viewer who wanted to understand what the stream was saying, they could just look that in detail. I need some Ultra Balls, Ultra Ball ga motto hoshii. And these two sentences have completely different meanings. That's really confusing for learners, right? And this happens a lot in video games. These are characters from the game Street Fighter. The left guy is Vega, the guy in the center is Bison. The guy in the right is called Barlog in Japanese. In English, the guy on the left is called Bison. The guy in the center is called Barlog. You can guess what the right guy is called. It's called Vega. What's up? Yeah, like that's too confusing, right? And then there are slangs. This character is a character from the game called Apex Legends. His name is Gibraltar. It's Gibraltar in English and Gibraltar in Japanese, right? Same enough, right? In Japan, you call him Jib. In English, you call him Jibby. Well, understandable, I think, right? And then this guy has an ability that shoots this. This is a shield. The shield is called Dome of Protection in English. In Japanese, it's called Protect Dome. So in Japanese, you call this Dome or Domushi from Dome. In English, you call this bubble because it looks like a bubble. So what happens? And in the game, when you want someone to throw the shield on you, you say bubble me in English. So what happens? So there might be an English player saying bubble me, and the Japanese viewer might be like, what's he saying? And like put bubble me in detail. Bubble? What's bubble? So the difference of slangs causes misunderstandings, right? And then there are things that should be left as it is. This is a character from a manga called Naruto. This move is called Rasengan. It's Rasengan in English, Rasengan in Japanese, the same, right? So it is actually possible to translate Rasengan. Spiral ball. Rather lame or boring name, right? So there are things that should be left as it is. And I know today it's a conference on education, so I want to connect education with entertainment here. Entertainment content like video games, manga, and anime have become globally popular. And it should be a good topic to talk with foreigners, right? I myself am a foreigner. I was born in America, lived in America for about 10 years, and then moved to Japan. So when I was 10, I really benefited a lot from video games. I had something to talk with Japanese students at the time, right? And learning a foreign language through entertainment content isn't that is, I think, popular, I think. On the left bottom, that's Dora the Explorer. She's a famous cartoon in America. I think a lot of kids learn Spanish from that. But to use as an education tool, translation needs to be really accurate. Otherwise, the learner might learn wrong vocabulary, right? The guy on the bottom right, his name is Vegeta from Dragon Ball. And in the Japanese anime, he calls people Kisama. Kisama is a rather rude way to say you in Japanese. I've heard that the voice actor of this character, when he went to a fan meeting in America or Canada or something, he was surprised because the people there called him Kisama without knowing that Kisama is rude, right? So Japan, luckily, is a gun-free country. So when a random foreigner goes to a Japanese guy and says Kisama, they'll probably be safe, right? But on the other way around, if a Japanese person goes to America and calls someone bitch, they might be shot, right? So learning the popular vocabulary is really important. But translating in entertainment is a very difficult task. So back to my research. I wanted to research on translation in entertainment through live streaming, which I was interested in at the moment. So since viewer motivations rely on communication, language comprehension could be important. But since the current platforms don't support translation and streaming, users need to use translation tools. But understanding foreign language chit-chat on video games is very difficult with just the usage of translation tools due to the limits of today's machine translation devices. So despite its accessibility, live streams are not ready to be enjoyed worldwide. Translating is a difficult task in entertainment, but it's unknown if it even works. Live streams have very different traits compared to traditional video media. So the effectiveness of translation methods used in traditional video media is unknown when applied to live streams. So we investigated how machine translation affects engagement in live stream. In our study, we believe that language comprehension is essential for interactions to occur in live streams. Understanding the streamer's content and reacting to it through comments should be the first step of interactions. However, if a language barrier exists and the content fails to reach the audience, the inability to comment prevents interaction from occurring, potentially leading to disengagement. In other words, understanding the content or understanding the language is considered essential for any engagement that occurs during live streaming. This study focuses on the importance of linguistic information and content comprehension, specifically examining understanding video content. So understanding content should come before commenting. Therefore, interactions via comments and live streaming characteristics are excluded from this analysis. Experiments will be conducted using video content. As our research question, we said, upon viewing foreign language streams, how does machine translation across different modalities affect viewer engagement? When determining the small research questions, we considered it necessary to verify whether translation methods used in traditional video media are effective in live streams. Here we envisioned machine translation and conducted experiments using subtitles and AI-generated voice dubbing. Note that the translations were done by a human, me. Since our objective was not measuring the current limit of machine translation, but to see what it is capable of, but to see what it is capable of in its prime. As shown in the figure below, we examined how engagement and parasocial relationships changed when streamers' speech was heard directly, translated with subtitles, or dubbed with AI-generated voice. We set 4 small research questions. First, is translation effective when viewing live streams? As for our hypothesis, we believe that translation helps content understanding. As shown in the figure, by comparing content-related quiz accuracy rates between the groups that watched the original video and the groups that watched the videos with machine translation overlaid, we believe we can verify the effectiveness of machine translation in live streams. Next, which translation modality is the most effective at heightening stream engagement, and how do language comprehension with different types of translation modality affect PSR? As for our hypothesis, we believe that translation will heighten engagement in PSR. Also, dubbed voice generated by AI removes the original streamer's tone of voice, accent, and intonation, so may result in a lower engagement compared to subtitles. By comparing engagement and PSR differences between the groups watching the original video and the groups with machine translation, we believe we can verify the effectiveness of machine translation. Furthermore, by comparing results between groups with different machine translation overlays, we believe we can verify which modality performs better. Finally, how does trust in AI language support affect engagement and PSR? As for our hypothesis, we believe that distrust of AI may affect the impact of machine translation on engagement and PSR. If participants had a great distrust towards AI technology, results may be affected. So we measured trust in AI and checked the correlations with engagement and PSR. In our experiment, we used a mock video imitating a live stream. We used 2 simple games, which were Mario and Tetris. We recorded a 1-minute video of a Caucasian white male playing either title and prepared subtitles, AI-generated voice dubbing, and a pattern when the actor spoke Japanese, resulting in a total of 8 video variations, 2 titles times 4 variations. 414 Japanese participants were recruited through Yahoo crowdsourcing. Each participant watched only one of the videos and answered questions that were measuring effectiveness of translation, engagement, PSR, and AI trust. The effectiveness of the translation methods was measured by asking questions on what the actor was talking about in the video. Also, how confident they were on understanding the streamer was asked. Referencing prior studies, engagement was measured by asking interest, viewing continuity, and revisitability. PSR was measured by a scale used in a prior study. The scale was translated into Japanese upon usage. AI trust was measured by a scale used in a prior research. Again, the scale was translated into Japanese upon usage. Let me share my results. First, language comprehension. The graph shows the percentage of correct answers selected in each group. From the left, it is the original video, subtitles, AI dubbed voice, and Japanese speech. In all groups with groups with translation scored better compared to videos without translation. Dubbed voice group had a higher correct rate compared to the subtitle group. The Japanese speech group had the lowest correct rate. In the Mario videos, the no translation group had the highest correct rate, followed by subtitles and dubbed voice group. In all, dubbed AI voice group scored better than the subtitle group. In the Tetris video, dubbed AI voice was better, while in the Mario video, the subtitle group was better. This could be caused by the amount of moving in the screen. Gameplay footage contains more information compared to normal videos. And compared to Mario, which is a simple action game, Tetris, a puzzle game, could have been more complex. As shown, subtitles were placed on the bottom of the screen. Participants had to move their eyesight between the gameplay footage and the subtitles. And in gameplay videos with high information density, this could have become a burden for viewers. In Tetris, where the screen is busy, there was no room to move the video point, whereas in Mario, which is relatively less busy, moving the viewpoint may not have been particularly troublesome. Furthermore, the Japanese speech group had the lowest accuracy rate. Though the actor in the video was capable of speaking fluent Japanese, there was a foreign accent, so it can be inferred that fluency and accent are important factors in language comprehension. These are results of engagement. For all, there was a significant difference found. Videos with machine translation modalities showed higher engagement compared to the original video. In all and in the Tetris video, dubbed voice group showed higher engagement. In the Mario video, the subtitle group showed higher engagement. Videos with machine translation showed higher engagement compared to the original video, so machine translation could be an effective approach to heightening engagement. In the Tetris video, the dubbed AI voice group. In the Tetris video, the dubbed AI voice group. In the Mario video, the subtitle group showed higher engagement compared to the other modality. These results aligned with language comprehension. So dubbed AI voice was better in Tetris, and subtitles were better in Mario. High language comprehension and high engagement corresponded, suggesting that language comprehension is important for increasing engagement. Also, the most appropriate translation modality to heighten engagement could differ depending on the game genre. These are the results of PSR measurements. In all, ANOVA did not find a significant difference. Translated videos showed higher PSR compared to the original video. In all, the subtitle group showed the highest PSR. In the Mario video, there was a significant difference, and the subtitle group showed the highest PSR. In all and in the Mario video, the subtitle group showed the highest PSR. The hypothesis that streamer personality included in the streamer speech is important to heighten PSR was supported. In all, the dubbed voice group showed better language comprehension and engagement, while the subtitle group showed higher PSR. From this, we can assume that dubbing performs well in language comprehension, and sometimes subtitles perform well in PSR. Complex games can require more information and translation methods, making dubbed AI voice effective for comprehension support, while there may be a potential drawback of reduced PSR. On the other hand, simple games can maintain a high PSR by utilizing subtitles. Finally, AI trust results. There was a significant positive correlation between AI trust and engagement / PSR. Results suggested that engagement and PSR could have been affected by trusting AI. A better image towards AI could heighten engagement and PSR when machine translation is used. So these are our findings. When viewing foreign language live streams, machine translation modalities were suggested to be effective in means of increasing engagement and PSR. Furthermore, it was suggested that the appropriate translation modality may differ depending on the game genre. AI-generated voice dubbing performed well in information comprehension and engagement, while subtitles outperformed it in PSR. For simple games, subtitles also demonstrated the highest engagement levels. This suggests a need to explore a balance between translation methods that satisfy the required information volume and those that maintain high PSR. In this research, English was used as a foreign language, but English is a rather familiar foreign language for Japanese people. Using other languages may change results. Also, in this research, quizzes were used to measure engagement, but prior research have used other methods also, such as multiple video viewings over extended periods or measurement using eye tracking devices. Other measuring methods may cause different results. This study limited its analysis to the video media part of live streams as a constraint, conducting experiments using video content. However, prior research has indicated that interaction via comments influences engagement and PSR. In future works, we aim to design experiments that include live elements and interaction through comments. That's all. Thank you for listening.
If you have questions, please raise your hand.
Yeah, maybe I missed it. Did you say what model you were using for the live stream translation?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did the live stream translation because I didn't want to test LLM. So in the future, if in the future, if machine translation really became better and acted like a human, I wanted to see what it can do if it's in its best state. So
yeah,
I did the translation, but I made it kind of feel machine-ish.
I was wondering, I was thinking right now, some of the elements you were talking about, like the sarcasm or like the misnaming or the differences in naming could be solved with reasoning models, but I think the latency is too high for a generative live stream. So I was just wondering, do you think we'll get to the point where we could use reasoning models? If the latency gets down enough, would reasoning models likely solve some of these problems? Maybe that's too technical of a question, but I was just wondering, I know reasoning models are sometimes used whenever latency isn't a problem, but in these kind of one-on-one audio,
No, because the domain is constrained, so you just need to be trained on that data. I mean, you don't need reason to do this.
Yeah, but you would if you wanted to interpret things like prosody or other kind of stance, like any kind of pragmatics would have to be reasoned in real time.
I don't know if you maybe I don't know.
I don't think you could make it in. I think there's too much variance in there, but maybe I'm wrong. That's just my thought. Anyway, I was just curious if you had research to that. You were doing the translation yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. A nice work, man. That's
And the other reason I was doing the translation by myself because is I believe it's the too difficult task for AIs to do. I think like there's too many video games and each video game has many jargons that are native to only that game. I think like because of the system of machine translation, it's way too hard for them to like fluently translate those the jargons that are rarely used in a conversation, only in a really limited type of talk, I think.
Something like you talked about bubbling,
yeah.
right? And that's like, I think culture is a big part of that because bubbling, that term was being used before Apex.
Oh yeah,
that was a term that was used in other games. So like, it's just, I think there's carryover in that whole like culture is going to create its own special terminology. And if that's tracked or not, that should happen for each culture, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not too really super into the technology.
Well, it's okay. No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
That's interesting. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
And some other questions, just I ask kind of very quick question.
Mhm.
What are your dependent variables in your research? Engagement and?
Engagement and parasocial relationships is like how close you feel to the street.
Oh, what about your independent variables? I mean, those ones that they are not changing during the experiment that you're running, right? So what are your independent variables in your research?
You mean like the variables that change?
No, dependent variables, they change. Engagement is going up and
yeah,
down. And of course, the other one here is one that you mentioned. What about your independent variables? Is it your, I mean, is it the game? If you go to page 14.
14.
Tutorial design.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. So I was supervising the project. So we were, you have this in the slide as well. You have this during the thing. The independent variables in this case were basically the modality. If you could go back to the slide where you have the. Oh, basically. So the modality of the translation and the language, basically. So the modality we have the text, you have the voice, or you have this one, yeah, previous one.
Text, voice.
So you have the translated without voice, translated with the subtitles. So the modality of the translation, and then the language.
Okay. How many conditions do you have?
2 times 4, so 8 conditions.
8 conditions with one subject.
No, 420 something. So there were two variations. Basically, technically it's not 8 because we had Tetris and Mario. For some of the analysis, we combined them together because we were not sure whether or not genre differences would make a difference. It turned out they did.
Because it's really important because if one subject is going to participate in all conditions.
No, only
one
subject watched
Is it
one
within
video.
subject or it's in between subject? Between subject. So if it is between subject, it's going to be quite, I mean, because the results are really important, right? So if Sabo is going to participate in one experiment and Lucas is going to participate in another one, your experience is different conditions. So the results are not going to be that much, maybe.
Well, I mean, if we do a between subjects experiment, we are expecting that the interpersonal differences are not big enough to matter, right? We're expecting them to be factored out by the fact that we have one with subjects, and that our measurements are accurate. So we could have done it within design technically, but because, like you said, the influence of the stream of the first time would have been basically different.
It's like they have kind of bias for the subjects with the experience. For example, in my case, if I'm experiencing 4 conditions and another subject came 4.
Yeah, but they're between subjects. So one person, one condition.
What is the originality? Original.
Sorry, we just need to get to one online question and then maybe we can continue that in the short break that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one question here about what, if you could identify one finding that shocked you or one finding that stood out, surprised you in some way.
Oh yeah. So personally, I hate AI. And I really don't like the tone of AI generated voice. So I was hoping AI generated voice will suck in every measurement and subtitles will rock because I love subtitles. But so for information comprehension, the dubbed voices were better. Maybe because like subtitles you have to read, but the dubbed voices you only have to listen. So that really surprised me, I think.
We don't have any other questions. So thank you so much.
Our next presentation starts at 2 o'clock. So about 9 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
I'll go fast.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was multiple words. I was just. Okay.
Okay, so next we have Robert Meyer. He is affiliated with the Faculty of Literature, Arts, and Cultural Studies at Kinda University. Today he is presenting on AI and the collapse of the language learning rationale. Please join me in welcoming him.
Hi, so thank you very much. It was quite an adventure to get the computers working properly. Okay, so if you have known me or talked to me at all anytime in the last several years, you know that this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time. So thank you very much for sort of indulging me. This is the first time I've kind of put this together into a PowerPoint talk, so I'll see how it goes. Also, because we're starting a little bit late, I will try to speed through a bit because I'd like to leave enough time for some questions and comments and things like that. I'm sure you'll have lots to say about the main point that I am about to raise. Okay, so I'm going to say the title again because I think it's fairly important. So I want to talk about AI and the collapse, and I mean collapse, of the language learning rationale, why SLA faces an existential moment. All right. So I'm going to start off with a couple of questions. Now, I don't have answers for these questions, and I have things that I think are the answers, but I don't want to talk about them. But I want to just pose them as a way of giving you a kind of clue as to the direction that I want to go in. So here's a question for you. Those of you who might have a background in language education. What is the most significant achievement in the field of SLA in the last 10 years? There's a lot of people do work in SLA, a lot of conferences that I've been to, papers, journals, lots of research. So what's the most significant achievement that we've found? Okay, maybe you think, okay, 10 years is too short a time. SLA has been around for 60 years. What's the most significant achievement that we've accomplished in that time, those 60 years? I don't have an answer to that question. What breakthroughs in language education are close to being accomplished now? So maybe we're about to accomplish something. Well, what would that be? I'm not sure. When a typical SLA research paper is published, who are the primary beneficiaries of that work? Is it the authors? When a paper is published, who benefits from that work? Does anyone beside the authors benefit?
Other researchers?
Really? Is that the point of research? Here's my main question. How has SLA reduced the time or effort needed for language acquisition? Before SLA even existed, we knew that language learning was possible, right? Language learning has been around ever since modern humans emerged in Africa. It's been around for a long time. SLA as an academic field has been around since the 60s, late early 70s, something like that. So in that time, in all that research, how has the field reduced the amount of time or effort needed for language learning? Right? It takes effort sustained over time. So you either reduce the effort needed or you reduce the time needed or both. And by what percent have we reduced that? Is it 0%? Okay. SLA has essentially failed. And this is despite the best efforts of many people in the field, despite good intentions, SLA is an academic field that has
failed. And it's not a critique of the quality of teachers or effort or learner motivation or any of those things. It's not a moral failure. It is not an institutional failure. It's not a cultural failure. But it is an epistemic failure. And it has been persistent. There is no actionable cumulative knowledge that has been discovered in SLA research that has reduced the language learning burden. The burden on learners. We've discovered nothing along the way, that no cumulative knowledge that has reduced that burden. Language learning today is just as challenging as it always has been. It is just, if you wanted to learn Russian in the 30s, if you wanted to learn French in the 1850s, you had to put in effort, you had to sustain that effort over time. Today, you can use an iPad, or you can talk to a chatbot, or you can do something else. But the fundamental problem has not changed. The challenge has not changed significantly in all of the time, all of the work that SLA has put into looking at this field. So despite failure, the field has endured and in fact has grown. SLA is bigger today than it ever has been. My point to you today is that due now to external factors primarily, I think tolerance for this failure is going to become increasingly untenable. So that's what I want to talk about today. Okay, so why do academic fields fail? So first of all, academic fields do fail. And they fail primarily through abandonment. Sometimes an academic field fails because the core assumptions are proven to be false. So that's the case with like, I'll try to move quickly. So like vitalism, for example, is the idea that living entities have a life force, and living entities are different from entities that aren't alive because of their life force. That idea does not gel with modern biochemistry. That field has sort of faded away. It's false. Sometimes there are moral objections to fields of study. Eugenics, for example, it might work if you tried it, but it's immoral, so you probably shouldn't do it. Sometimes the problem that a field is working on just sort of fades away. So for example, strategic studies in like the area of the Cold War, right? Like, you know, okay, if we bomb them and they bomb us and then we do this, you know, so that kind of political science, you know, those, you know, strategic studies don't really exist anymore because that sort of Cold War era world doesn't exist. But more commonly, an academic field fails simply because it's unproductive. So despite internal sophistication, despite institutional success, despite you know, good intentions, the fundamental questions of the field remain persistently unresolved. Progress is flat or barely incremental. The results are non-cumulative. They don't, you know, new results don't build on previous results and you get better and better. Eventually, if the questions are interesting enough, sometimes parallel approaches, other approaches, start to produce better results. The interest in the field fades from talent and funding, and you know, people who are interested in these questions start you know, basically moving their interest to another field of inquiry. So this has happened in, you know, lots of fields. These are just a couple of examples. Psychology, for example, you know, no one does classical psychoanalysis anymore. They've sort of moved on to other things. Behaviorism, also kind of in psychology, they don't do anymore. Symbolic AI, we'll talk about that in a bit. You know, AI has been around for a long time, but symbolic AI, people who have devoted their careers to it, it didn't pan out to be quite as productive as people originally thought it might be. And SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, they've been searching for a long time. They haven't found any yet. Okay, so I do want to talk about symbolic AI for a little bit. I'm going to try to move quickly through this part of the talk, but bear with me briefly while I talk about a little bit about the history of AI. Okay, so a very brief history of artificial intelligence. The reason I want to talk about this a little bit is because I want to make some parallels between AI and work in SLA. All right, so AI had struggled for many years to produce good results. The work started in the 50s, and people were very, very excited. Almost as soon as people were realizing that you could build computers and that they could follow logical rules, folks were interested in getting these machines to do something really neat. And by neat, I mean, you know, big problems like understanding natural language, human language, solving problems, answering questions. People were thinking about this in the 50s. In some cases before that. And so those techniques that were being used at that time were mostly based on logic, right? These are machines that follow logical rules. They follow them very precisely. And so you think that, you know, so we need to build some logical rules. We need to have these machines sort of execute them, and we can get them to produce whatever behavior we can describe. You know, as long as we can describe the behavior that we want, we should be able to get the machines to sort of do it. A lot of problems were discovered in those approaches. We don't have enough time to talk about them, but progress proved to be very, very slow. It turned out to be a lot harder than the researchers at the time imagined. By the mid-70s, the progress had been so disappointing that AI was basically thought to be a failure. And the work entered a period known as an AI winter, where researchers were interested in AI, funding agencies, a lot of it is defense funding, were not interested in funding AI research projects. And the field sort of entered this time of disillusionment where there was really no way there's no sense of where progress could be. But AI had something going for it that maybe SLA doesn't quite have going for it, which is even though the work in the research was not really going well, the computer hardware kept getting better. And by the time we got into the 1980s, there was for a period of about 10 years, a boom of something called expert systems, which were, you know, these sort of question answering systems. And people thought, well, you know, maybe natural language and big question answering is going to be too difficult. But what if we just took a system, a very small domain, and just said, okay, managing this warehouse, you know, questions about what products are in this warehouse and what their you know, SKU numbers are, and you know, answering questions in a very specific domain. Maybe we can, if we make the problem a little smaller, maybe we can do that. And that worked for about 10 years. But the problem with those systems was that they were very limited, they broke very easily. And then in 1987, the stock market crashed. And a lot of work, there's just not a lot of interest in developing the systems further after about the end of the 80s. But hardware got better, and something came along that maybe some people didn't expect, which was the internet. And so for the first time, you had data. You had a lot of data, you had better computers, and you could do things that you couldn't do before. And people were kind of scared to use the word AI because AI was kind of had a little bit of a dirty reputation, right? It didn't work. It was a field of sort of overpromised expectations and things like that. So basically, AI continued under different names, like statistical machine learning or pattern recognition or data mining or something like that. And some of these systems worked well enough that they had found commercial success, and they were working well in research and things like that. And by the 2010s, the research shifted a little bit, and these sort of
neural network-based or sort of deep learning-based approaches finally started working a little bit. The idea had been around for a while, but they had never really produced very good results. And there's a particular paper in 2012 that showed people quite shockingly that some of these neural network models might work better than you might expect. And so that brings us to today, where there's been a couple of discoveries since then. Transformers, for one, developed at Google in 2017, and the scaling that we've seen after that have made these systems scarily good in a lot of domains. And I don't think there's any disagreement that we are getting close to general intelligence for these systems. That we have human level or better than human level performance on a lot of tasks, and especially language tasks. So the point is, despite long periods of limited progress, abandonment of many unproductive approaches along the way, the current state of the art for AI is nothing short of remarkable, right? I don't think we have any disagreement about that. So how does this compare to the history of SLA? Well, SLA got started in the 70s. The core foundational assumption of work in second language acquisition is that better outcomes, better learning outcomes, can be achieved through better methodologies, right? Better methodologies can give you a better outcome, and those better methodologies are empirically discoverable. You can discover them through research, through hypothesis testing, through surveys and results, and that kind of empirical work. You can discover better methodologies, and they will give better results. That's the core foundational assumption for most work in SLA. Over the years, we have produced dozens of theories, approaches, frameworks, subfields, tools, rationales. Sometimes I think every new paper suggests that they should give a new framework for something, right? That's a great way to try to get a paper published in SLA. Many journals, many research articles, many conferences, many claims of progress. But where are we now? Where are we now today compared to where we were in 1970? And I'm not sure we're in that great of a position. So I have a thought experiment for you, just to illustrate the point. Here's my proposal. I'm going to find 100 teachers, and I'm going to give them 40 identical students. So this is a thought experiment, so we can do this. So we have 100 teachers. I'm going to give you 40 identical students of a teaching context that you're familiar with. So I'm not going to make you teach French or German or whatever. You can teach whatever language you're teaching, and teaching the type of students that you'd normally be teaching. You've got a year to work with those people, do whatever you want, and then after 10 years, we're going to test all these students. So we're going to wait 10 years, then we're going to test all these students. Assume that we have a perfect method of assessing language competence. The teacher with the best results gets $10 million. Now, to me, $10 million is a lot of money. If it's not enough money for you, make it $100 million. Okay. So what would you do? What would you do? This is a real question. What would you do? Right? Okay, you got to get that money. We're going to get that 10 million. I'm going to be better. I'm going to be the best person out of these 100 people, these 100 teachers. What are you going to do? Are you going to do extensive reading? You're going to do computer games? You're going to do computer games all the time? You're going to study like hell? Is that going to work? What are you going to do? So here's a question.
do you think that you would definitely beat teachers from 10 years ago? Or 20 years ago? Or 30 years ago?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I think we would.
Yeah, or you're delusional, I'm not sure, but
Well, I think you're conflating, like, it's like saying that there's no need to study medicine because people still die.
no, there's,
Difficulty is an intrinsic value of second language acquisition. So what I'm saying is that knowing things like that, the grammar translation method may not be the only or best way to do it, that lowering the effective filter is a way that we can get the students better. We've learned about all of the ways to do it wrong and to do it ineffectively. It doesn't mean it's not going to be less hard. It just means that we found out a lot of these things and building off past research, we can do it better and more efficiently. It doesn't mean it's not going to be hard. It just means that I could do it better than someone could in the past because I have that information and that knowledge.
you can, a lot of people believe that, and that's a.
Maybe I'm wrong, but.
So, I wish I wish I believed that. I wish I lived in a world where I believed that. I'm not sure that it's true. You know, because we don't see, I don't think we see the cumulative results that would recommend, that would suggest that something like that was true. I think SLA is running out of luck. So SLA has shown, at least it's clear to me, a clear lack of progress. But we have a very, very lucky set of circumstances. And that is two things. One, cross-lingual communication. I'm not sure what else to call this. What would you call communication between two people where at least one of them is speaking a non-native language? Cross-culture, cross-linguistic? Cross-culture, but yeah, okay.
That's a better term though, personally.
Cross-lingual, I called it cross-lingual. Like, is it multilingual? No, because it's the same language. Cross-lingual communication or whatever. Anyway, its importance in human society is immeasurable, right? There has never in the 200,000 years of modern human existence, there has never been a better way to accomplish that than individual second language learning, right? So you could do the expensive way, which is use already knowledgeable interpreters. That's what you would do. I mean, that's what that's what you do when I'm the president of some big thing and you're the president of some other big thing, and I've got my interpreters and you got your interpreters, and we can do whatever we want. We can negotiate. That's fine, but it's very expensive, right? If you have the resources, you can do that, and that works. Or you could just choose not to communicate, or what? You know, Google Translate on your phone, it doesn't really work that well. So the language learning by the individual has always been the best solution to that in history. So, and SLA, despite its lack of progress, has always offered the best solution to something that humankind needs. I don't think that's true anymore. Right now, AI models offer culturally appropriate, context-sensitive translation between all of the major languages in the world at superhuman speed, near or maybe in some cases better than human quality. They are widely available. The cost to users is low. I mean, I don't think you need to say anything more than this, right? Comparing SLA to AI, the time it takes to acquire a language is years versus immediate, no learning required. Effort is high versus zero. Results are, almost perfect or near perfect with AI. For SLA, it's terrible. If you wanted to write a book in Russian, learning Russian is the worst way to do it. The worst way. It takes a long time. You are probably never going to be a good Russian speaker. You will never be better than ChatGPT is right now. If you want to write a book in Russian, write it in your native language, get the machine to translate it, And that result is better than you could ever do any other way. And you can do that now for free. You don't have. Don't have. You don't have to be, right?
Do I have to be a native speaker?
No, of course not. But
Native competence is not possible for us. And do you want us to be a native speaker?
do I want you? No, why? No, but I will say, what language do you speak natively?
I speak Japanese, but in here, English is second language. I'm trying, but you are saying to be a native or better.
So let me put it this way. If I was gonna send you an email in Japanese, I could write it in English and have ChatGPT do it, or I could try to write an email in Japanese to you by my own knowledge, and I can tell you, you would prefer the one that ChatGPT helps with. I can just tell you. I mean,
You can get the help, of course.
yeah, so I'm just talking about what you can expect as the result, right? So for your own personal communication, you can do, of course, whatever you want. Maybe
I
in,
don't understand the ChatGPT or something the topic. AI makes lots of mistakes.
I think it makes a lot less mistakes than people do.
When you do translation, for example, from English to Japanese, there are a lot of mistakes. I need to change it.
Yes, but it's gonna make a lot less mistakes than me.
Not you.
No, I'm saying me, like me personally.
No. AI makes a mistake.
Yes, but
They
less.
don't understand everything.
But my point is, it's going to make a lot. If you take a normal person in the world and tell them to write something in Japanese, it's either going to be terrible or nothing. It's just not possible. AI is going to give you. It is probably not possible for me to ever speak better Japanese than ChatGPT speaks right now.
Maybe so.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
So are you suggesting that, let's say, hypothetically speaking, if there's a perfect machine translator, meaning that human doesn't need to actually learn second language and then they just can use the machine translator or and
Yes.
AI to basically translate every.
Yep.
I see.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
got what.
That's what I'm saying.
What's your point?
I'm saying that learning, in the world that we used to live in, learning was the least bad option. Learning, like all your options are bad. You can learn the language, that's really hard and it takes a long time. You can not speak the language, that has different costs to it, or you can hire someone that maybe already knows, and that's expensive. So, learning is sort of the least bad option, right? That is not true anymore. There's another option that gives you better results for a lot less work. Okay. So I'll move along. Anyway, so let me just sort of finish up. So SLA is in the sort of the new tool era now, right? So treating AI like a new tool and looking at, like some of the other people that are talking today, looking at sort of applications, supporting things that we already know about, like feedback, practice, assessment, things like that. There are people looking at, predictably, okay, the risks of communications policy. This is the same thing that happened when the internet was new. This is the same thing that happened when computers were new and things like that. But when the tool can remove the need for doing the task, right? So not right now we're thinking of like, oh, AI is a tool for helping us accomplish this hard task of learning. When the tool can help you, but also remove the need for the task in the first place, you have got to consider the possibility that people will not be interested in doing the hard work. So things like mental arithmetic used to be an important skill. Mental arithmetic, quick and fast and accurate, a lot less useful today in the world of digital calculators. Map and compass navigation versus satellite navigation. I mean, is that, I mean, map and compass or navigating by the stars, I mean, are those important skills? Well, they used to be, you know, riding a horse. How about learning to drive in a future where we have self-driving cars? You know, maybe you can think of the self-driving car as a great tool to help you be a better driver. I think that self-driving cars are, people are going to be a lot less interested in learning how to drive when they're available. SLA has never faced a technology that could offer a full replacement for learning. And we have no answer for what to do about it. So this progress is going to be, let me just skip a little bit. This progress is basically going to be unstoppable. My friction is going to decrease, right? Now you think, okay, well, I have to pull out my phone, I have to take out my computer and open up a web page to use these AI models. They're going to be in your, you know, Apple AirPods already do, you know, online translation, you know, Meta, the company that owns Facebook, is already selling glasses where they subtitle text in the glasses and for you. You know, this is not going to be used only for language learning. This is going to be used for everything. Social acceptance is going to increase. I don't see any way of stopping this progress. I don't think that anything is going to happen quickly. SLA is deeply entrenched, especially given that you know, educational curriculums still require language learning. Those are set by the government rather than, you know, market forces and things like that. So I think fast changes are unlikely, but I don't think that long-term survival is something that we're going to see. So here's my, maybe I'll just end here. A world where you have instant universal translation is a world where English is no longer a dominant language. There's no longer an advantage to being an English speaker. It's a world where languages are flat. You speak whatever language you want, whatever your favorite language is, right? The receiver can handle the translation. Many more resources, linguistic resources, will be open to many more people. You might get better translation. Better communication, right? No, you know, I certainly could not do this in Japanese. My Spanish teacher from high school would never want me to do this presentation in Spanish. Doing it in English because it's my native language. That puts me at an advantage, right? To speak a language that I know well. That's an advantage that, why not open that up to everybody? Language learning will continue as a niche skill, but I think the work for SLA now is to figure out what this world will look like. A world where learning languages is not the best option. What are we going to do? So for the, I'll just say, am I going over time?
Yeah, like 1 minute.
All right. Anyway, I'll just stop there. Thank you very much. So
I'm guessing we might have a couple of questions or comments. But I personally, I feel like second language acquisition is going to be backed up by people who actually want to learn a language, who want to continue, even if it's sorry, someone's raising it. Even if the technology is, you know, perfect, I think there's still going to be people out there who,
yeah, of course,
want to be language speakers.
People still take pictures with film. People still ride horses. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, this is more on the philosophical question. Don't you think there will be social issues in the sense like people will get more intolerant to each other if, let's say, in the perfect world, there will be a perfect machine translation, and we don't really understand each other culture, and then it's just translated through the machine instead of interacting with other peoples. will we become more socially intolerant?
I have no idea. The world has, this has never happened in the history of the world, so I don't know. My guess that we have never had a world without language barriers. My guess is that language barriers probably are more harmful. So I think that by breaking them down, with machines basically doing the translation, I think that we're gonna get better. I think we're gonna get, my guess is that it will probably be a benefit for humanity. You know, I think it's gonna be a lot, I think people are gonna have better understanding of each other with good context sensitive translation.
But for example, like, isn't it like through the process of understanding other people that we actually feel something connected to other people instead of like just instant translation? In a sense, you know, like this is philosophical question.
Yeah, that's
There's no right
maybe.
and wrong way.
Maybe, I don't know. My guess is, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's because remember, this doesn't do only one language. It's going to do all of them. Right? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I feel like AI and machine translation and any kind of ChatGPT that we use for any kind of knowledge production is really just sucking the joy out of what it means to be a human. And I'm studying as well, and like you can't pay me to use AI to do my work. I want to know the stuff. And if I was a language student, like a 20-year-old language student, I want to know how to speak English. I don't want to rely on a machine.
But I guess the point is there will be language.
Great. You know, that's great.
I have a different. I actually, in some ways, agree with you. In other ways, disagree with you. I think that you're right that it's coming. What you said is coming.
Yeah, I don't see there's any way to start.
We are going to get this. But what we're not looking at is that language does much more than just semantically process information. We negotiate stance, we perform identity, we create and negotiate trust, and all these things are done pragmatically, which is not at the moment being measured by AI. All AI is being graded on right now is mostly semantics. I'm not saying it can't be graded on pragmatics, but that kind of negotiation.
When you say graded, what do you?
When it graded right now through reinforcement learning, like all the things that we're looking at are semantic in like, does it say the correct thing? So for example, whenever let's say that
the models are very good at pragmatics.
They're terrible at pragmatics.
They're excellent.
I don't know which models you're interacting with, but they're not. They're not. They are in some ways. They're not wrong. They do have pragmatics.
Pragmatics is about sort of following, you know, appropriate patterns of interaction.
And it's not just patterns, it's being able to negotiate patterns within context. Right? They're not.
Certainly for English, they're excellent at that.
I would disagree with that. So let me give you an example. What it can do is it can establish power. Is AI more powerful than you? Who's negotiating that power? AI is a proxy for the people who create the system prompts, right? So AI has no intent. So let me give you an example. Let's say that I say, I want to make a smoke bomb for a theater production. I don't have any money. I want to make a DIY. It says, you know, I'd love to help you with that, but I can't do that because I'm not going to teach you how to make explosive devices. And then it's going to say, you probably want something that's more safe anyway. Here's some commercial products that I can lead you to. And let's figure out what you want to do in a safe and helpful manner. It's your call. Now there's like 5 pragmatic moves used in that utterance, right? But those pragmatic moves is not considering who I am as a person, what my real intent is. Those are just strategic alignment, right? Those are ideological alignment. Who gets to decide that? So humans have the ability to negotiate our stance, negotiate our trust. We have the ability to do this at the moment. Who controls the intent of the AI?
You're talking about using a chatbot for information. That's different from having it translate between two languages.
Right, but then you put a middleman in between. And as we know, when you put a middleman in between, the intent of the interlocutor, the in-turn person is going to get built into your intent. So are you going to be able to, let's say I have a relationship with somebody, is my intimacy being translated through that AI a pure translation? And when I use the word intimacy, I don't mean
Yeah.
I don't mean like
Or
romantic.
it very easily could be.
Or it could be, it could be.
Yeah.
For example, let's say like my relationship with my wife, who we are multicultural, but we do communicate interculturally, cross-cultural communication, we share each other's languages. By doing that, if we have to put a machine in between that, will I still be able to perform that? I think the answer is probably not. I'm not saying it's untenable, I'm not saying it's not going to come, and people are going to do it.
If you explain who you are, who your wife is, who you're speaking to, and the intent of your communication, and say, how do I say this in Japanese? ChatGPT right now will give you an excellent answer.
You're absolutely correct about that. It can do that.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Sure,
So
close.
my point was not to answer these questions today, but to, you know.
I think we
make
have
me
one
think of-
online question.
Ah,
to do, and then
okay,
we'll
yes, okay.
completely close it.
Yeah, well, it's, maybe I'm going for, this one here, that, something you kind of hinted at, but didn't discuss fully, was, that from an economic perspective, companies now don't need to hire X number of English speaker, second language speakers.
Maybe, yeah.
When AI will do that job at a much lower cost, perhaps not perfectly, but if they needed 10 translators last week, this week they need one to check through what AI can do. So there's less of demand for second language learners, therefore is it from a educational policy point of view, is it worth putting so much time into training people?
Yeah, I think that's the exactly the point. So in Japan, when the government sets standards for language education curriculum, there's very much a sense that there are economic benefits to having our population speak English. And it's not because we think speaking English is something that Japanese people need to do to be better people, to be more interesting people. The government of Japan does not, the government of Japan thinks that Japanese people are interesting just as they are. It's not because we think that they need to broaden their international minds and think differently, right? Sometimes, you know, foreign English speakers think that, but that is not where the policy comes from. The policy comes from clearly economic motivations. In a world where language competency in, say, you know, English or Chinese or some other language of you know, Japan's trading partners, in a world where that knowledge no longer is really that important, as long as you can think, you know, as long as you can express yourself in some language, and let the machines worry about doing the translation. In that world, what is the, you know, why devote all of these amounts of these huge resources to language learning? And the answer is you don't. You just don't. So
Okay,
that's
sorry,
why.
Paul,
Yeah.
I have to cut you off.
Anyway,
there
thank you very much.
Because we're running out of time. Thank you. Let's take a 7-minute break and then we'll come back at 3 o'clock for our one of our international presenters who will be on Zoom.
Robert, where's the next slide? Where's the rainbow?
Oh, you know, it's I didn't get to it.
Leave us on a positive note.
That's it.
Okay, that's fine. No, I don't feel great.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
That was fun.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
No, thank you very much.
No,
No.
I like the.
You're
discourse.
nicer than I would.
I like the discourse.
Yeah, I
enjoy it.
Yeah. I don't know why no one else is talking about it.
I think you have some points. I think it's maybe introduction. And I think you're right. It's been going back for like the way English is used. It's like, right. I think you're. Yeah. I think you're absolutely.
I mean, is there still space to make a non-economic argument? I mean, I just don't think so, right?
Not on the scale. Like, are you referring to Japan? Yeah, you're right. I think that someone who knows the language will always have an advantage over someone who's using it for translation. Maybe not in.
Maybe there might always be a little bit of friction, but I mean, you know, it just, it's, I don't see any where we can stop that slide.
Yeah, I think
You
you're
know,
probably right, and I'm not saying it's indefinite, because I mean, God knows, I don't know what's happening in the future, I think that maybe it's gonna matter. Maybe we can figure out one that they can include to running in state. But like, I would say that even among native speakers, that we don't always, like, our intent is translated into communication. Right? But we don't always do a good job of it ourselves. I don't know how often I.
Can you see me there?
What I'm trying to say is.
Yeah.
And I kind of get the feeling that. It's good input, so maybe you figure out how to actually try to.
I mean, yes, I think that, yeah, I mean, so to speak, to the human level, and these models would get better.
What I worry about is agents, like, one thing that would happen is that they rely on.
Can you try sharing your screen?
Or the communication, if I start building relationships. Through a proxy, through a service.
One speaker.
What happens?
There's two speakers.
So I have to.
Yes, please.
Because there's always gonna be a.
Yeah, there'll be a language model.
There's always gonna be, and that language model is doing a lot more pragmatic. I've been, the project I'm working on is now being pragmatic. There's the safety guidelines, whenever it goes into a safety mode, whenever it switches to regular, non-safety mode. Figured out.
Yeah.
They are not from the same school. The university name is called Malaysia. Check it out. I don't know, but the university itself is includes Malaysia.
Controls on.
Several layers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not like real life.
Okay, so we will now hear from our final speakers. So Shamim, Rafiq, Abia, and Muhammad Alakar. They are our final speakers for today. So Shamim Rafiq Alia is affiliated with the Segi University, Malaysia, and Muhammad Alakar is affiliated with University Malaya in Malaysia. So they will be presenting on English language educators' readiness and capacity for integrating AI in task and curriculum design. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you. Mohammed, would you like to put our slides on? I'll let you control the slide.
Yeah, Mohammed, I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
Maybe. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Jeremy. It is a pleasure to be here. I wish I could be here on a more pleasant context. However, I'm here to co-present this work with my colleague, Dr. Muhammad Al-Akkad from the University of Malaya. Today we'll share findings from our study titled English Language Educators' Readiness and Capacity for Integrating AI in Tasks and Curriculum Design. Our work responds to a growing concern in language education. AI is everywhere today, but pedagogical readiness is not. We'll move on to the next slide, please. So, in moving on, I'd like to first define AI readiness and how do we define it. Let me begin by redefining what we mean by AI readiness. If we look at much of the existing literature, readiness is measured through attitudes, willingness, or general digital confidence. However, our argument is different and very deliberate. For us, AI readiness is not about liking AI. It is about having the pedagogical capacity to make sound decisions, specifically decisions about task design, assessment validity, curriculum alignment, and ethical use. So this definition frames our entire study as based on our title, which is English Language Educators' Readiness and Capacity for Integrating AI in Tasks and Curriculum Design. So moving on to our next slide, let's look at the shift, the problem, the risk. There is no doubt that generative AI has reshaped how students read, how they write, how they revise, and complete assignments. However, if we look very closely, classroom integration remains very informal, inconsistent, and often unspoken. So this creates for us, as we see it, three serious risks. One is on learning quality, fluent output without deep learning, fairness, which is uneven expectations across classrooms, and thirdly, academic integrity, unclear boundaries, and hidden use of AI. So the issue here is not whether students use AI. The issue is whether teachers are supported to design for it. So moving on to my next slide, identifying the research gap. When we reviewed the literature, we noticed two clear gaps. First, most studies focus on general attitudes or technology acceptance. Second, there's very limited use of teachers' lived experiences, especially across different contexts, to explain why teachers integrate AI confidently in some settings but resist it in others. Yeah. So basically, our study addresses this gap by examining capacity in practice, not just perceptions. Yeah. So, moving on, our study is actually guided by three objectives: to examine educators' readiness, beliefs, and concerns, and to assess practical capacity for AI-informed tasks and curriculum design, and to also identify institutional and contextual conditions that enable or constrain AI integration. The focus is always, for us, on what teachers can actually do. So, moving on to slide 6, we use a convergent mixed methods design, and this allowed us to connect belief, design practice, and institutional context. Now, one key takeaway that we found is that openness to AI is very common, but strategic pedagogical capacity is actually uneven and highly context dependent. Yeah. So, and moving on, we kind of created a multidimensional model of teacher readiness. Our analysis shows that AI readiness is multidimensional. It's not a single skill or attitude, but an interaction of 5 dimensions. So the 5 dimensions are technical proficiency, which is basic use of AI tools, pedagogical alignment, which we see it as matching AI output to learning outcome, critical consciousness, that ability to detect bias, inaccuracies, cultural mismatch, and so on, and institutional enablement. This is very important because access to policy, training, and infrastructure is important. And if an institution cannot support teachers' use of AI and help them to be ready for it, it defeats the purpose. Professional autonomy, feeling safe and empowered to integrate AI, is the 5th dimension. So, as we look at it from our perspective, weaknesses in any one dimension limits readiness. So, moving on to the next slide, from innovation to practice, the teacher workflow. If we look at it, in practice, AI teachers follow a clear workflow. First, they prompt carefully with pedagogical intent. Second, they evaluate AI output critically. And third, they localize content to learner level, culture, and curriculum. So this leads to a key reframing in that AI produces the first draft, the teacher remains the quality controller. So this is where pedagogical expertise becomes essential. I now pass this over to Dr. Alakat, who will take you through our readiness framework, how AI-ready teachers actually work, and the key findings and implications. Dr. Alakat, over to you. Thank you. Can't hear you, Dr. Alakat.
All right, Dr. Alakat, we can't hear you. You're not on mute, though. Is your microphone connected?
We can't hear you, Akat. No. No sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank God. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll continue from here. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And let me just mute my laptop. Give me a second. Yes. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Prof. Jeremy, for inviting us to this wonderful conference. Actually, I learned a lot from your session just now. So beginning from where Prof. Shamin just finished. So let me begin by clarifying what we mean by AI readiness, because this is where much of the confusion in the literature begins. In many studies, like usually AI readiness is treated as a vague or attitudinal concept, whether teacher feel positive, confident, or open toward AI. So for this study that we have conducted, we take a very different position. So we define AI readiness as a combination of capacity and conditions. Capacity includes teacher skills and knowledge to actually use AI meaningfully, which this is going to be the future. Conditions include infrastructure, access to tools that is powered by AI, institutional policies, and ethical framework. So in other words, as Kami also mentioned, readiness is not just about whether teachers like AI or not, but whether they are prepared, supported, and enabled to integrate AI responsibly into the real classroom. So there are three forces that motivated this study. So as Prof. Shamin mentioned earlier, yes, I'm just going to reframe this. We have three main forces, which is the shift, the problem, and the risk. So here, if we move to the AI-informed class design, the four pillars that every class design must have, which is instruction and deep learning. This instruction, actually, it's a kind of AI analysis that generated for quality assessment and critical thinking, using AI to model complex linguistic structure. Also, we need to have practice and feedback. Deploy AI as a personalized tutor for real-time error analysis and discipline-specific skills development. Scaffolding also very necessary here. So as a result of practice and feedback, we need to have scaffolding assignment, offload repetitive tasks for AI, which allows students to focus on higher order thinking skills, metacognitive reflection, etc. Then after the scaffolding assignment has been made, then we need to move to integrity-aware models, where these design could be assessed in terms of resistant tasks that balance AI efficiency with essential human-to-human interaction in order to verify what the AI has generated and what we have been used as AI-powered tools. For AI-informed curriculum design approaches, we have suggested these four pillars, which is transparent assignment materials, clear AI use expectation, human-centered learning, integrity-aware models. So for the clear task in terms of assignment material, direction and expectation is very necessary here. The purpose could be why task matters and the skill developed. So the teacher need to understand why this task is a matter to be used by AI or to be powered by AI. Evaluate criteria and example of equality work. Then we have a clear use of AI expectation. The teacher need to understand the AI free assignment or AI free models. So no AI tools permitted in some contexts of, for example, data analysis or the data collection. AI with attribution used with a proper citation. AI encourage in terms of a strategic integration required. Here we are encouraging and supporting our student and teacher to encourage the student to use AI in certain area or a certain field of writing, for example, the academic paper or writing the assignment. A human-centered learning, balance AI efficiency with human interaction, and integrity-aware models, which is the last pillar here, which we are going here to design assessment-resistant tasks based on AI. So here we have prepared some examples. Strong versus weak prompt. The weak prompt would be a generic prompt, for example, generate a reading text about the environment. So the result will be decontextualized generic content that may not align with specific learners' level or local requirement needs, curriculum needs. The strong prompt, which we advise for it, rewrite this paragraph for paper A2 student, 120 or 150 words, simple present tense, short sentences, Malaysian context. So here we need to clear the rule of the AI. What's it going to play and in which context and how many number of words. We need to have a tight deadline and a tight description or guideline for the AI to be in that, to play the role in that context. Findings and the gap between reading openness and the strategy. We have three pillars here, 3 dimensions: attitude versus action, institutional influence, and contextual variation. In terms of attitude versus action, here the implementation of the gap is very necessary. Educators often express openness to AI while lacking a specific assessment aligned design strategies for a classroom implementation. So the teacher keep being informed to use AI, but they don't know how to use it. They have not been prepared or have not been trained to use AI properly. So they start using AI by themselves, which sometimes result in a lot of gaps in understanding or a lot of misunderstanding. Institutional influence, predictors of readiness, which focus here on the policy clarity. The universities, the colleges, the school must have a clear policy on the use of AI. Workload and access to training are stronger indicators for readiness than general digital confidence or tech literacy. The common contextual variation, non-uniform readiness. Readiness is not a static trait here. It actually fluctuates significantly based on local institutional support and professional demand. As we mentioned earlier, here we go back to focus on the scaffolding and metacognition, and also beyond AI support. So in terms of scaffolding and metacognition, guide learners and foster reflection. In order to do this, first we have to provide example, a prompt, and a step-by-step guide for the teachers. Supply hints without revealing full answer. Encourage metacognitive strategies, and also promote critical evaluation of AI output. So the student or the teachers can understand and can expect what is going to be the output after they use this kind of a prompt. And every prompt, what is the expected output after using this or that prompt. Recognizing tasks that require a human facilitation. Emphasize communicative and collaborative tasks. Facilitate peer interaction, social emotional learning. This would also lead to safeguard authenticity and academic integrity. Then we will be ending with teaching and preparing the teachers for a balanced automation with teacher judgment, because this is the main core of the story. So AI informed curriculum design, which was being discussed by our study. Curriculum should articulate how and when AI may be used. Here we have suggested 4 principles guide ethical and effective integration. A transparent assignment, explain why and how AI is used. A human-centered integrity, prioritize human creativity and ethics. Clear use and expectation, define allowable AI assistant. Nowadays, AI is everywhere. It's a must for us to let our students go with it. We cannot inform the student not to use AI because there is no way to go against it. The future is AI. So, but we have to inform the student to use AI ethically, to use AI responsibly, this is what we can control so far. A clear use expectation, define allowable AI assistant, and integrity-aware models use AI to upload academic integrity, this is going to be also the current and the near future. Redesigning PD curriculum community support. So in terms of redesigning professional development programs or courses, here we have to integrate AI into teacher training, provide just-in-time support, include ethical and critical perspective from the teacher and from the management side. Curriculum support, provide AI-ready resources, lesson plan, embed ethical consideration into curriculum, encourage interdisciplinary collaboration among different disciplines. In terms of community and collaboration, foster communities for practice shared success and the challenges, cultivate peer mentoring among the teachers themselves. So this was a sample of the framework, AI readiness framework for the lecture that we have prepared so far, which we have the 4 main pillars here. Actually, it's 4 pillars. We still have one missing pillar. So teaching and learning, infrastructure and resources, stakeholder engagement. Then we have the community interaction and the community implication. So here we have the 3 levels, which every level can measure some skills of the AI tools that could be practiced by our student and by the teacher. Implication for a professional development and policy. Here we have suggested these 3 strategies: redesigning PDs, context-sensitive guidelines, curriculum support. So for the redesigning, of course, we have to start with the shift focus from general tool tutorial to specific task and assessment design integrated with AI capacity and capabilities. Context-sensitive guidelines, develop a framework that respect local classroom realities and localization of the local classrooms, institutional constraint, culture nuances across diverse international settings. Then we have the curriculum support, which is the last strategy, provide educators with reusable integrity-aware curriculum models that can easily adapt it and localize the specific learner's need. So this is going to be one of the most important strategies that usually the teachers need to use, especially inside the classroom. Securing the future of language education. So as we mentioned earlier, and as everyone has been informed from the beginning of this day conference and courses, true AI readiness is a pedagogical capacity, not just a technology one, because it's required that the ability to make sound curriculum decision. A human-centered balance is a must, integrating AI tool, with a human-centered pedagogy to ensure learning quality and academic integrity. A future direction, building a community for practice focused on ethical, effective, and contextual aware AI integration. I'm sure most of you are aware about the new and the daily trend of AI platform. Every day we have a new AI platform coming up. It's like a mushroom every day. So this new platform, each of these platform, like every few months, come up with a new feature. This feature, like surpassing other platform or surpassing the previous platform. So, but does this mean in the near future, in the next 5 or 10 years, these AI platform or these AI technology or Gen AI are going to replace humans? Of course not. I don't believe so. Why? Because everywhere a human touch is a must. We still need a human touch. We still need a human-centered balance. So we can use AI to help us to save a lot of time, save a lot of effort, but not to replace the human, because the human being will be there and must be there. So thank you so much. So here we have a list of references. Thank you so much for allowing us for this presentation. So at the conclusion here, the future direction, AI offer a transformative potential for language education, readiness required, balanced technology with human values. So looking ahead, we need to explore across culture implementation, develop new pedagogies, monitor AI ethics and integrity, equality. Together, we can shape the inclusive and the innovative future with the use of AI. Thank you so much.
So now we have 10-minute Q&A session. So if you have any question.
Can you hear me?
Yep, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Jeremy here. Just wondering about all the policies and things. How's the government in Malaysia? How is that? Are they encouraging AI use in the classroom? Are they hesitant about using it, or are they leaving it up to the individual institutions to make those sort of decisions?
Yes, true. That's right. Actually, since last year, 2025, Malaysia implementing the plan of digital blueprint and digital AI, which is going to be one of the pillars or hub for AI in Southeast Asia in the next 5 years, which is the plan come from 2025 to 2030, which is going to be the hub for AI among Southeast Asian countries. So nowadays, the government actually is preparing for several data center in Malaysia, which is a huge data center supported and empowered by NVIDIA and by Intel companies in order to prepare for Malaysia as a hub of AI in Southeast Asia by 2025. Sorry, by 2030.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like Malaysia is being very proactive in the stance.
Yes, indeed. And as you mentioned, Prof, nowadays, actually, most of the schools are actually advised, and in some term, they are powered by the government entities and the government bodies to use AI among the classroom from Form 1 or from stage 8.
Yeah, from secondary, lower secondary onwards, that's an encouragement. But what is happening is that the infrastructure may not support the school system because not every classroom is wired and not every classroom has computers. So many schools, especially the public schools, they need to have computer labs that are with strong updated computing systems. So that also becomes a challenge. I also see a question about what happens when students are not allowed to be, not allowed to bring phones into the classroom. Can I take that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Right. What what do we do? Well, I think this depends on the policies that each institution, each school, or each government decides on. You could work out on days when your students need to use AI, or you're going to introduce AI to them. That's the day when they bring their phones or whatever laptops that they are allowed to bring in. But one of the important things that I noticed is that how teachers manage this in their talk is that for them, their professional identity matters in looking at how the institutional enablement. So what is that? I mean, as Akat mentioned just now, you have teachers who see themselves like as though they are facilitators. They are facilitators. They are also designers. They're wearing many hats. They have to have, they are pedagogical decision makers, right? And we find that teachers who see themselves as facilitators, designers, pedagogical decision makers, they are more comfortable in integrating AI than those whose primary role is more of content provider, right? Okay, and so when you're talking about AI readiness, there's this thing called the identity shift. So it's not just a technical one. Their own identity is also very important in terms of how they see themselves in the context of AI. And of course, the ministry has to formulate lots of new policies that will help guide our teachers across languages, not just English, in using AI. And of course, therefore, translation and things like that comes into play. Yeah, and are there any other questions here?
Sorry, me again. So there's policy out there. I'm interested because in our context in Japan, there's little to no training that I know of when it comes to teachers and how to use AI in the classroom. We're kind of all just left to our own devices to train ourselves through these sorts of conferences or other faculty development types things. In your context, is there any sort of training, formal training that's going on? Or is all the training on how to use AI, are you self-taught or just through conferences like this, for example?
Mama, you want to share that or you want me to take that?
Yes, Prof. Yeah. As you mentioned, Prof. Yes, exactly. So according to the Malaysian context, they have started already since 2025, last year. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Interior Affairs or Home Affairs in Malaysia, they have started creating some guidelines for the use of AI for the public. So the Ministry of Education, after that, started creating also some guidelines for the school teachers to use AI and start forcing the universities to engage the staff with training courses, paid training courses by the government in order to prepare the teacher and lecturer for using AI, whether internationally on the international level or national level, on both levels. So, but the trend of using AI among the private is not huge as the government institutions, because the government is backed by the government institutions are backed by the government. But the private one, it's not so supported. Why? Because sometimes it's quite pricey, it's quite expensive to go for the use of AI. Why? Because when they start using AI, they need actually the infrastructure, which is cost billions. In order to have this infrastructure, in order to start doing the infrastructure, they actually depending on the government, which the government started planning for this since last year, which is in terms of preparing infrastructure, cables infrastructure, data lab, and data center which cost billions of money. So these private institutions cannot do that. So they are preparing, waiting for the government in order to make the floor ready for them in terms of infrastructure, so they can start practicing and initiating their own lab inside the university and start the schools as well.
And, some of the examples from the experience from these teachers shows that while they are support, while they wait for training or even if they undergo training, many of them are using it, like experimenting with it at home, sharing it across with other colleagues, trying to find a balance that will work for them. And sometimes there's really a lot of uncertainties, especially those in the cities have a lot of support, but those in the outback, in the rural areas, do struggle. And sometimes they have, it's like, you know, looking for a help desk, or where can I go to find out about what I'm doing is correct, what is ethically correct and what is ethically not correct. And you have teachers struggling with even wanting to check whether their students are actually using verbatim work from AI, because the schools don't have the support system to allow the teachers to check students' work, or what is acceptable. I had a teacher who asked me this question: what is acceptable? And she asked me whether I use AI in my teaching. And at the same time, I said to her, I have the same problem. What is acceptable? What is allowed? Today, you say this works. Tomorrow, you say this is not allowed. And then their confidence starts to dwindle. And then they say that they worry about how they're going to introduce AI in a more ethical way. I think that it's a more, what we need now, I think, if I look at it the way my teachers talk about it, even my colleagues, my own work colleagues, is that what would be ethically acceptable in teaching the students to use prompts, getting the students to show their prompts. Some teachers are doing that, asking the teachers to show their prompts and what is the feedback and so on. So for me, I have this problem too, in the sense that what can be accepted? As a PhD supervisor, how much can my students use AI as well in their writing? So what I face is the same lived experience as the teachers in the classroom. So I think sharing of this kind of information coming from different parts of the world, I think we can collectively learn from each other how this pedagogical context of AI readiness can be structured in a more meaningful way for everyone, with what is acceptable, what's not acceptable, and who's going to question you, or recent cases of students being accused of using only AI to write their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before we? Okay, I think we're done with the questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us, Jeremy. And
Okay, so that brings us to the end of all of our presentations today. And I guess I'll just finish with a couple of words. Yeah, we've seen a lot of different things today, some more controversial than others. I think hopefully everyone has come away with something from today. If I go back to the slide that I introduced this morning, so my university's AI use policy, I'm quite happy to see that I didn't see any completely prohibited, the A1 there. As I said this morning, I'm sitting at about a 3 to 4 level at the moment. And I think we saw basically from 3 to 5 today, which is encouraging. You know, since we did this conference last year, and we were all kind of discovering things last year, and it's progressed a lot in this year. So hopefully we'll be back next year, and who knows what it will be at next year. We might not be learning languages at all.
Thanks, Robert.
Just trying to help. Just trying to help.
Anyway, thank you all for coming today. For those who have asked, there will be this recording I'll make available. I just edit out the big long lunch hour and things, and then I'll put it up on somewhere for you, and I'll send out a link to the list. And the slides, I'll ask the individual presenters if they're willing to give their slides to everyone, and then I'll send that out on the mailing list as well. Okay, so thank you very much today. Thank you to all the grassroots people who have been sitting around the room today. And hope to see you next year. All right, I'll sign off on Zoom. Thank you on the Zoom world.
I can get Zoom up and